Hello, and welcome back to Zenin Fanfics. Today we're starting an exciting new series. What if Deku had Rip and Tear Quirk? If you enjoy this video, please like and subscribe for more content. The story we're featuring is written by Big Teddy 3498 on Wattpad. You can find all the relevant links in the description, so be sure to check out the author's profile and say hello. Now let's dive into the story. At age 5, Izuku was excited to go find out what his quirk was and why it was taking so long to appear. Hand in hand with his mother, they walked to doctors to see if he truly had a quirk. His mother didn't say anything, but she was worried for her son. She doesn't care what kind of quirk he develops or if he develops one at all, but she knows what quirkless people go through growing up. Izuku always wanted to be a hero, to stop the bad from hurting the innocent. Ever since he saw a hero stop a villain from attacking a civilian, when he was a bit younger with his mother at a mall, he was enraptured with the idea of protecting the powerless. He didn't care about ranking. Sure, All Might is awesome, and he is the best at stopping people from getting hurt. But he admires him just for that, being the best at stopping the bad guys, not for being the #1 hero. Back to the present, they wait for the doctor to call the Midoriyas for their appointment. "Mama, what do you think my quirk is?" asked Izuku excited. "I'm not sure. No one is, sweetie. We are here just to see if you have a quirk. How we find out what it is will be by trial and error." Inko replies happily to see her son so full of life. Izuku tilts his head in confusion. "What do you mean? Trial and error? What does that mean?" She coos internally at the sight of her son being adorable. "I mean that I didn't know what my quirk was. I found out by accident when I was about your age. I was watching TV on the couch with the remote out of reach, and I tried to reach for it without having to get off the couch. I was being lazy, and suddenly it's in my hand," she explained. They hear a nurse call their name, and they follow. After a couple of BLD tests to see if he had a quirk factor to begin with, they meet with one of the doctors in the clinic. "Hello, I'm sure you're excited to see if you have a quirk," the doctor says with a smile to see a child vibrating with anticipation. He tells them that Izuku does have a quirk factor, but so it confirms he has a quirk, to the relief of Inko. Izuku just vibrates more in happiness. His mom puts a hand on his head to calm him down. He looks up with a beaming smile. The doctor looks on with a smile to see the interaction. "We have some further tests to see if we can find out what his quirk is. Just some experiments to see if he activates anything, where you guys can call it a day and try to figure it out on your own. Up to you." The doctor interrupts the sweet moment. Inko thinks for a moment before looking at the excited child. "What do you want to do, Izuku?" she asks. Inko personally would like to do the tests in a safe place, but will let her son decide. "I want to do the tests," he exclaimed, making his mother's wish come true. "Well, all right, please follow me," the doctor says, leading them farther back into the clinic. They go on to do some different tests. Trying to lift a rock without touching it, trying to set said rock on fire. After many tests later, the doctor notices some weights Izuku tried to lift beforehand had some cracks in the handle. Thinking Izuku's quirk had to do something with his hands, he calls him over to try the 10 pounds weight again. He fails to pick it up, too heavy for a 5-year-old child. The doctor sees it has a larger crack going down the handle, and he thinks he has an idea. "Here, you try to bend this," as he hands Izuku a thinner wood rod. Izuku looks at it and tries to break it. It snaps immediately, so he hands him something thicker wood. Snap! He goes to a wooden 2x4. It takes him more effort, but Izuku breaks the board in half. While Inko looks on in confusion, how is he strong enough to break a board but not lift a weight? The doctor gives Izuku a thin metal plate. "Try to rip it apart," he asks the child. With a mighty effort, he hears a creak of metal before he is too tired to continue. Izuku looks at the plate to see he had sheared half of it apart. Izuku is so confused about how he ripped metal apart, but did not lift a weight off the ground. "Interesting," the doctor says as he takes the plate from Izuku to look at. The metal is torn about 2 inches, a couple more, and it would be 2 pieces. The plate is not deformed like he has seen on strength quirk users try, but this is more like 2 people with telekinetic quirks pulled on each side. The small group heads back to the office. Mother and child are confused about how Izuku's quirk works. They all sit down as the doctor takes some paper, about 10 sheets, and gives it to Inko. "Try to rip them and tell me how much effort it takes." as he gives 10 more sheets to Izuku. Inko does so with some force showing on her face. The doctor gestures to Izuku to do the same. He does it without much effort at all. Inko thinks she understands what her son's quirk is. Quite an odd mutation from telekinesis and fire breath. Izuku, still confused, asks, "How does my quirk work if I'm not strong, but can rip stuff like metal?" The doctor smiles and says, "That's what your quirk does. It rips stuff apart. Very unique, to be able to tear metal but not lift a weight. Then again, just remember quirks are weird." He shrugs. Izuku, thinking of how he could be a hero with this, almost misses what the doctor says. "Now, any idea what to name your quirk?" Izuku thinks he has a good name. "Yes, name it Rip and Tear." His mother thinks it is a bit violent, but doesn't say anything. Happy that her son has a good quirk, they leave the clinic. As they head out, Inko asks him if he wants anything for dinner. Of course, she already knows what he will say. Cats it on. He exclaims the next day. Izuku runs to school, excited to tell Kaken what his quirk is. Kaken already had his quirk explosion. He's been getting louder and a bit mean, but hopefully he calms down some as they grow. He runs up to his friend. "Kaken, I know what my quirk is." He yells, drawing everyone around to his voice. "Oh really? I bet it's nothing compared to mine," Katsuki says with a look of superiority, as Izuku explains and shows what he can do with some paper. Kaken laughs at him for having such a weak quirk, mocking him by ripping some paper himself. As all the other kids around start to join in, Izuku tries to say he can tear different things, but Katsuki pushes him and says, "You're probably lying. You don't even have a quirk, do you?" As Izuku gets more and more frustrated not being able to say that he could do more, he pushes him back and leaves in a fit of anger. Katsuki thought, how dare he push him the best. Attacking Izuku with his quirk pushes him to the ground as Kaken's friends watch on with a laugh. Kaken yells, "You're nothing but a quirkless Deku." As the teachers come over to break it up, Izuku stares in anger, betrayal, and sadness. Why would Kaken attack him and say mean things? Friends don't do that. Later, as Izuku is in his room, he thinks about the day. If Kaken wants to be mean, fine, he won't be friends, but this will not stop Izuku from his dream of being a hero. As he plans what he needs to be a hero, his mom comes in to check on him and see he is determined to be a hero. In worry, she thinks it will be dangerous, quirk or not. She leaves to see how she can help him achieve his dream. She sees a flyer in the mail for martial arts for kids and thinks, perfect. Inko tells her son about it, and he eagerly agrees. Talking about training his quirk, his mother thinks of what would be a good idea and thinks up of a beach full of trash that could work, but only she was close by. They sign him up for class and look up what else Izuku would need to be a hero. Time skip as an 8-year-old Izuku heads home after practicing his quirk on the trash beach. He thinks back to how much he has improved. The plate the doctor had given him to try his quirk for the first time can be torn into shreds like paper to him. He has been very serious about being a hero and training to be one. At his martial art classes, he does well for his age group, but continues to strive to be the best he can be. As he gets home, he showers and heads to his room to finish his homework. Just because he wants to be a hero doesn't mean he gets to slack on his studies. His mother always tells him. He does well in school, always on the top of his class in grades. Speaking of school, Katsuki has not gotten any better. Still the JRK he is. At least he can avoid him. He doesn't have anything to prove to Katsuki. If he wants to continue to think that Izuku is lying about having a quirk, let him. He tried to tell him that he did, but he continued to yell and scream that he is better. Izuku just gives up and walks away. His mother calls him to help on the kitchen and goes to do so like the good son he is, as his mom tells him to cut the pork into smaller pieces for cooking. Doing so, he hits a bone he can't cut through and stops before asking his mom what to do. He stops and thinks about his quirk. He has never used it on organic material, always on metal, plastics, and such. What is classified as organic, so why not bone? He does have clean hands, he just washed them. So he grabs the bone and tears it like paper. His mother turns around so fast, she almost gives herself whiplash, looking at her son with a thick pork bone in each hand. Izuku looks up with a bit of surprise at how easy it was to break bone with his quirk. He never thought it would be hard, but it was like paper to him. Well, now you know how dangerous quirks can be. Please don't try to do that on anyone unless you are in an emergency," she said with a bit of concern about how simple it would be for him to tear someone apart. He nods and continued to cut the pork, tearing bones apart every once in a while if they get in the way. A year or so later, Izuku is walking home after dark. In a safe neighborhood with plenty of heroes in the day and night watching over the area, he had little too worried about. He went to a local grocery store to get some spices and sweets he snuck into the grocery list. He was snacking on it when he heard a growl from a dark alleyway. He froze and spun to look at a large dog stalking towards him. It didn't seem to have a collar, and no one else was nearby to claim he got off their leash. Izuku slowly backed up, scared of this stray dog looking at him like his next meal. He backed away and reached for his phone to call for help. He is good at his martial arts, but not to take down a dog about his size. Thinking about how this dog was going to tear him apart and leave his mother alone resolved his will. He will not be eaten alive by some feral dog. As he thought that the dog pounced and missed Izuku's leg by inches. As he tried to call the police for help on his phone, the dog got him by the leg. Screaming in pain, he looked down at the dog, shaking and trying to tear a piece of his leg for food. Izuku punched and punched, but why would not let go? With tears in his eyes, he steeled his resolve and grabs the mutt by the jaw and tears it apart. With a whimper and a whine, the dog let go and went limp next to the mauled leg. Eraserhead was just starting his parole and finishing his sweet nectar of life, coffee. When he heard a cry of pain, it sounded young too. Immediately sprinting to the sound, jumping roof to roof, he hears a loud crack and then whimpering. He finds a young green-haired child with a nasty bite mark on his leg, bleeding profusely. He looks at the other shape and sees a large dog. It had to have a quirk or something because it was big. He had read of a report of multiple mauled and eaten carcasses of small animals and other dogs to keep an eye out, and he is pretty sure he knows who has been leaving small animals eaten. He looks at the animal closely and sees it is dead, not moving. He immediately sees the cause of death. Its jaw was ripped open. Ignoring the beast, he runs to the boy and starts applying pressure to the bite. The boy was crying and in pain. Eraserhead looks and tries to calm the kid. "It will be all right. I've already called an ambulance, and they will be here soon. What's your name, kid? And what are you doing out so late?" The hero asks, gritting his teeth in pain. Izuku replies, "I was getting something for Mom at the store, and the dog attacked me." He whimpers in pain. He looks at the man, helping, and asks pardon, trying to distract himself from the pain, and part of him is curious. "Who are you? You won't recognize me, but I'm an underground hero, Eraserhead. What's your name, kid?" He says as he continues to apply first aid. "Izuku Midoriya. Hopefully, Mom won't freak out too badly." The green boy replies. The hero huffs in amusement as he hands a phone next to him from the ground to Izuku. "Better call her now. I think I hear the ambulance." After the kid calls her, and the mom screams in worry as to where her son is, he tells her the situation and asks him if he is all right. After a bit of back and forth, he hands the phone to the hero, and he looks at it dumbly. He takes it after a sec and is showered in thanks for helping her son. Just trying to claim it's his job, after a bit, he hangs up after telling her where the ambulance is going to take her son. So Eraserhead waits with the kid and asks him what he did to the dog and what happened. Izuku goes on to explain his quirk and tells him that he is working to be a hero. The sleep-deprived man tells him to keep up the hard work, as the ambulance comes with a cop car to take him to the hospital and the cops to look at the scene of what happened. After seeing what happened and seeing it was a child as what he did to the dog in self-defense, they were all quite shocked. Not that the kid did the right thing, protecting himself with his quirk, but that it was so violent. After the hero explained what the kid's quirk is, they more or less understood. After being in the hospital, Inko burst through the door looking for her hurt son. After being directed to a room, she finds him on a bed with his leg bandaged, looking at his mom as she rushes to his side in a crushing hug. After telling her that he was all right, she calmed. Since it was not a bad wound, they decided for Izuku to stay the night for a doctor to heal his leg in the morning. After the nurse gave them the options left, Inko sat next to Izuku to ask, "How are you?" "I told you I'm okay, just scared." He replied, "That's not what I mean. From what the hero said, you violently killed a dog. And I want to say first and foremost, I don't care that the dog is dead or that it was violent. You were protecting yourself, and that's good, but how do you feel about it? Izuku thought about, and it was indeed pretty brutal how he defended himself and killed the dog, but that's how his quirk works. And if he didn't, he would be dead or at least severely injured. So he didn't feel bad, he supposed. Although he did feel a bit queasy from how violent it was. But he will have to get used to it. Maybe he should study more biology to see what would be the best non-lethal way to use his quirk. Maybe other ways to use his quirk. It is pretty straightforward, rip and tear things. But that's for later. He looks at his mom and says he feels okay. Glad her son is so resilient. She goes home to grab an overnight bag for both of them. After they wake up, Izuku is in slight pain from the pain meds wearing off, and Inko is from a couch in the room. They meet a doctor to fully heal the bite. After some testing to see if the dog was rabid or had other diseases, it didn't have anything of the sort. Izuku was healed and able to see he will have a scar, but nothing so bad. After seeing the wound scar, the old doctor said, "Don't worry. I hear girls love to see a guy with some scars." As Izuku reddens a bit, the doctor chucking gives Inko just some release forms. As the green hair family returns home, Izuku goes straight to his room to look up Eraserhead and more about how he could use his quirk on living beings. After a few hours of finding little on Eraserhead and moving on to his quirk, it's safe to say he can't use his quirk on people. His quirk is meant for ripping and tearing. He can't exactly use it on a person without them losing a limb at best. So he will have to double down on martial arts. But that doesn't mean he won't give up on his quirk training, not just need to find new ways of using it. Now at 10, Izuku heads in on his way to a metal shop to test the limit of his quirk. He knows he has been steadily improving with the trash beach being ripped to shreds apart at times. But all there is at the beach is scrap, nothing hard. So he found a metal shop that has a variety of different metals from aluminum to some pieces of tungsten. That's all he needs to test himself is metal. Anything else is very simple for him to tear apart, and plastics and fabrics are as easy to rip as a piece of paper. And from his mom, getting some thick bones to test on from the butcher's shop, it's safe to say he doesn't plan on using it on people. Arriving at the metal shop, he asks the man behind the counter if he has some metal he has that is going to the scrap bin. After the man gave him an odd look, Izuku explains his quirk and his goal of being a hero. With that, the man agrees, but tells him he had some metal he can test himself on. The owner has some thicker steel he hands to Izuku to try on. As he goes through a pile, he gets to the thickest the man had, but barely does anything to it, only starting a small crack on top. With the shopkeeper quite impressed with how strong the kid's quirk is, they continue with different materials the owner has in stock. Aluminum is torn easily with its low density. Brass and copper were close to the same as aluminum, where he had to try with a couple of plates of tungsten. A very high density and tough metal, but he still tore through it all. With all that done, the owner fuses the metal back together with his quirk, and they head back to the counter. As Izuku leaves, he thanks the man for his help. As the man watches him go, he thinks of how terrifying that boy's quirk is. Able to see him tear through metal like paper was incredible. He hopes he stays with the hero side, because if he were to go villain, all he would need to do is get a grapple on his opponent, and he has won. Time skip 13 years. As Izuku grows more and more, he understands his quirk and how dangerous it is. Not because of the incident with the dog. No, he already understands how easy it would be for him to kill someone, but he decided when he uses his quirk, not something else. He has come to peace with that. Not that he thinks his quirk is dangerous, because he can rip and tear anything he can get his hands on. So far, at least. He has been practicing his quirk still at the beach and decided he will clean as he goes, tearing a car in parts to drag them to a dumpster and collecting garbage. So far is about half done. While practicing, he learned a new way to use his quirk. Instead of finding an edge or some way to pry things apart, he is now just jamming his hands into the metal itself and pulling them apart. After all, he is tearing into the metal, so why wouldn't it work low? And behold, it does. Now he can just jam both his hands into whatever he wants in 2 pieces and be done. He was very happy with this development. But back to the matter at hand, how dangerous his quirk is. He sat at his desk and thought about, and he could, in theory, he was wary of trying it, tear a hole in the air in front of him. In doing so, one of a couple of things would happen. He tears a hole in space and makes a portal, hooray, a new way to use his quirk. Or tear a hole in space, sucking everything around him in like a black hole. Not good. The last thing that could happen is to tear a hole in space and break the universe. The last one is more because of a movie he watched with his mom and got stuck in his head. But he really wants to open a portal. While yes, he is happy with his quirk and what he can do. How can he be the best hero he can be if he won't use all he can? In the dojo, he uses all his limbs and muscles. So in being a hero, he should use all he has to offer. So he says F it and heads to the beach. When he gets there, he starts by focusing on what he wants to tear. The space in front of him to 5 feet farther ahead. He pictures a portal going in front to the point he wants. Because how else is he going to try this? Ask his teacher how to rip a hole in space. So he will do what he does best, his best. So he focuses on point A and point B and jams his hand in the air in front of him. And he feels something, maybe the air he tore. He tries again and again. Some people walk by seeing a kid throwing their hands in the air and walking on, shaking their heads. So he continued trying to tear a hole in the space in front of him. After the 20th try, he sees something happen, a green and black outline on his hands. He stops and looks at his hands and fingers and feels all right. So he tries to summon that green and black light again. After 4 more tries, he does it. A green and black lightning is emitting from the points of his fingers. He observes it and how it feels. Then he pushes his hands deeper into the muted light. It is a bit hard, but he sees his hands go deeper until they are in the middle of his palms. Now, he pulls apart, tearing a hole bigger and bigger after some effort. He lets go expecting it to snap close. But no, he succeeded. A green and black tear in the space, with a bit of lighting arcing out the edge, is standing in front of him. With a victory scream into the air and a fist pump, he looks at the tear. He sees through and sees about 5 feet in front of where he was standing, just like he wanted. He ran to the other side of the tear, and he see through it. Smiling, he decided to test it. Now he is smart enough to know to try throwing things through first. Good thing he is on a trash beach. After a few things go through, he looks at the other stuff and sees it's all good. Now, something organic. He grabs an apple he brought for a snack later and throws it through. He grabs it and looks at the apple, looks fine. He bites it and tastes fine. So by that logic, it's fine. He finished the apple and decided for the ultimate test. He runs and jumps through the tear in space. And he is fine, just with a jackhammer of a heartbeat. He starts to laugh and then cackle in delight that he can make portals. He can help so many people once he is a hero with a portal to a safe location. So, excited, he turns to look at the tear again to see it gone. He looks, and it seems to have closed. Good, because he had no idea how he was going to close it. That's the next test then. He tries to open another tear and does so on the 3rd try. He needs more practice to where he can open them in a second. This time he opens it. With the other end, as far as he can see on the beach, which would be about 125 feet. All seems to be fine. He shrugs and jumps through. The tear closed after, so it seems if he goes through the tear, it closes behind him, but what if he wants to close it without going through it? So he opens a tear this time as far as he can see into the ocean to test his limits. It opens, he feels no strain, no pressure, nothing, all good. He looks through the tear and sees all blue. He doesn't know how far he opened the portal, but he sure isn't going through it. Lest he wants to drown, who knows how far from shore. So he focuses on the edge of the tear and tries to close it, but nothing. Okay then, grabbing it also doesn't work, it's fixed in place, so he just thinks close. And it works. How simple. This is great. As he was celebrating, he receives a message from his mom that dinner will be done soon. Looking at the time, he sees he spent hours working on this. With a happy smile, he heads home. But before that one last test, the picture's a tear in his living room. He opens a tear on the 2nd try and looks through the tear to see his mother standing in the kitchen looking straight at me. Izuku cackles some more at the success and jumps through. His mother's still staring at him, waiting for an explanation. He smiles even more and goes to hug his mother. While I do love the hug, can you explain why there was a hole in the living room that scared the green from my hair? And you came through it. As she hugs back, demanding an explanation. He was confused. Why did you get scared? It was quiet, no? He asks his mother. Also confused, she says no, there was a tearing sound coming from the living room. That's why she got spooked. Thinking back to the beach, he doesn't remember hearing a noise, maybe only from the end tear. You can hear it. Shrugging, he goes on to explain how he had a theory that he could tear a hole in space, basically making a portal from one end to the other. He most definitely did not mention the possibility of getting killed in the process. She looked at him with some wonder on how to make a simple quirk and trained it to this. So proud of her son, she hugs him and tells him so. The next morning, he heads off to school to deal with Katsuki and his loud proclamation of how he is the best and how he is a useless Deku. Izuku long has given up on correcting him and just accepts whatever he yells. He does defend himself, but never with his quirk. Otherwise, he would be blacklisted from going to UA. The teachers always are a bit confused since they have access to his record and can see that Izuku does have a quirk and is quite strong, so why does Katsuki yell about Izuku being quirkless? They do stop Katsuki from assaulting outright him in front of them, so that's nice. So it goes on. He goes to school, then the dojo, then the beach for cleaning and court practice. In his martial arts studies, he is very good at grappling and some others based on getting his hands on his opponents. Izuku, of course, never uses his quirk during class lest he kills another student. But it is a dojo where you can use their quirk during spars, and he always tells his opponents to do so. After all, in real life, a villain won't use their quirk just because Izuku is not. It's not a fair world. At 15 years of age, Izuku head to school after getting up, grabbing a quick breakfast. He sees a giant villain next to the train tracks and thinks he should head out as he hears a hero shout out his special move. While he likes heroes and quirks, he is calmed down from writing every quirk he sees to every quirk he finds unique. Another strength quirk pass, someone who looks like has a whole galaxy in their eyes, in the book. He arrives at school with some time to spare. As he waits for the teacher to arrive, Katsuki shows up and sneers at Izuku, just for existing pages. Now at the end of the day, the teacher told everyone that they should all be thinking of their future, but he already knows what everyone wants to be, a hero. And there goes Katsuki yelling about how he will be the only one going to UA and that he is the best. The teacher looks at Izuku, and he slowly shakes his head that he wants to keep his application to his school private. He ends class and tells everyone to start studying for the entrance exam. As he heads out, Katsuki tries to grab his notebook, and Izuku pulls it away and stores in his backpack. Katsuki is saying something or another, but he doesn't listen, so he jumps down the stairs as the bomber gives chase. As soon as Katsuki is out of the eye line, he opens a tear and jumps through, closing behind him. He continued to walk home. As he walks under an underpass, he hears a noise coming from the sewers and backs away, seeing a sludge villain come sliding out of the sewers. Saying something along the lines of needing a flesh suit, Izuku didn't listen anymore and dodged his attempts of capturing Izuku. As he was thinking of a plan to open a tear under him to the middle of the ocean, the sewer lid pops out, and there behind the villain is All Might. After smashing the villain, and he bottles him up. When he was done, he asked to sign Izuku's notebook. As he did, he offered All Might to open a tier to a police station. He gladly agrees and thanks Izuku for the transportation, while in his head thanking Izuku for saving him from straining himself with his time limit. As Izuku headed to the dojo, he thought today was pretty alright. He got to meet the #1 hero after all. Then he thought what he was going to tell Mom. He cringed a bit and let that be future Izuku problems. She was not happy to hear her son was in a villain attack, but glad he was unhurt and helped All Might. So 10 months passed by with him continuing to clean the beach and working on tearing faster and faster. He has been pretty fit ever since he joined the dojo, so he continued his training. During the 10 months, he finished cleaning the beach and decided to bring his mother and show her where he started. And finally, the UA entrance exam was here. As he walked, he heard Katsuki yelling about how Izuku shouldn't be here. After he was done, he dodged a shove from Katsuki and followed behind to the entrance. As he walked, he tripped on a loose brick and tried to catch himself, but began to spin in midair. Talking to himself, thinking he activated a part of his quirk he didn't know about, he heard a giggle from his right. A girl his age with a bob of brown hair said, "Sorry, didn't want you to fall before the exam." As she set him upright, he didn't know what to say. He only had Katsuki as a friend, and look at how he turned out. He never spoke to a girl before, so he went with his gut. Thank you. I'm Izuku Midoriya. He said slightly too loud as he introduced himself. She smiled and introduced herself as Ochaka Uraraka. As they small-talked, they headed to their exams. After many tests later, he was in front of the practical exam site. As he looked around, he saw Uraraka and decided to head over to calm her down, maybe with good luck. Sadly, he was stopped by a tall teen with square everything. Claiming that he was going to distract her from the exam, he decided to be an adult and ignored him completely. Before he could, though, the exam started, and he wasted no time opening a tear as far as he could see into the faux city. As he went through, he saw many robots coming towards him. He smiled, thinking how well he will do. He began to rip and tear through any robot that got close, grabbing parts of one robot with one hand, and he ripped parts until he knew what to take out. So he ran through the city, sometimes taking a robot apart, other times helping distract another to help another test taker. He didn't mind. At one point, he just began running through the robot, shoving his hands through the chest and pulling it apart without stopping. By this point in his life, his hands are just all callous from endless ripping and tearing. His quirk does work with gloves, but they end up being torn after a little while, so bare hands he will do. After all, why does he need any defense in his martial arts? He discovered that for him, offensive is the best defense. By all means, he is not super strong or extra durable. He is a man that can rip and tear very well. So instead of trying to block a robot swing at him, he instead grabs the limb and tears as he rips with the other hand. He has long lost count of how many points he had, so he had to make sure it was enough. As others watch him, they feel slightly horrified at how easily Izuku can tear robots apart. Thinking he has super strength, they move on. High above, the teachers of UA watch over. Most, though, have eyes glued to one screen with a green-haired boy tearing through a robot, sometimes literally. Hey, Nizu, what's that kid's quirk? Present Mike asks as he watches and thinks he has some sort of super strength. The rat, bear, and thing respond with a name and simple quirk description. Rip and tear, the ability to rip and tear anything he likes. Oh, that is unique. As he thinks of the possibilities of that quirk. So, well, not strength, just good at pulling stuff apart. Says Ectoplasm. I wonder if he can tear in a tea. Midnight was cut off by a coffee styrofoam cup hitting her in the head. Stop that. Erase her head, says as he remembered the kid from long ago. Glad to see him doing well enough. Well, I think it's time now. The Chimera says as he hits a button next to his chair. Back in the exam area, Izuku just finished tearing apart a three-pointer's head off when he feels a rumble in the ground and a large zero-pointer comes around a corner. Holy SHD, that thing is massive. Izuku yells. As he watches other test takers run past him to get away from the Goliath robot, he notices a person fall and get pinned with rubble. Thinking he has enough time to get to them before the zero-pointer splatters them like a ripe watermelon, he sprints to them. Seeing that it's Uraraka, once he is close enough to see through the dust that picked up, he asks her if she is all right, and she tiredly responds she is just pinned and has used her quirk too much and can't use it on the rubble. He starts to tear into the block to light the load to pick it up and move it. Finally, he succeeded and shoves it to the side, but the pale look on the girl's face makes Izuku spin to see the zero-pointer. Too close for comfort and raising its fist to flatten them. He immediately tears a portal in the ground, the other side leading to the entrance of the fake city. Grabbing her in a princess carry, her yelping in surprise and fright. He jumps through just in time as the fist rockets down and destroying the space they just vacated. Falling, Izuku turns and uses his own body as a cushion, so Uraraka doesn't get more hurt than she needs to. Slightly shaking at the way to a near-death experience, he looks down at the girl, still clinging to him. Are you all right? Izuku asks as he tries to get his breath back in his lungs. He faintly hears a buzzer signaling the end of the exam. Shakily, she says, "Thank you. Yeah, I'm okay. Just my ankle hurts, but better than being killed, right?" She laughs weakly. They both hear a steady tapping. Looking over, they see Recovery Girl, the school nurse. Should I come back later? She asks with a small smirk at their position. Both blush furiously at how Uraraka is still on top of Izuku with her holding him. They immediately separated, him helping her so she doesn't hurt her foot anymore. Not looking at each other, Izuku asks Recovery Girl to look at her ankle. As she heals her, the nurse hands out gummies. The results of your test will be mailed out in a week. You guys can head on out. She turns and looks for more injuries. Izuku helps Uraraka up, and both start to head out. How did you do? He asks. All right, I hope. How about you? The Gravity Girl asks back. Pretty good. I lost count after a while, and just focused on getting enough just in case. As they continue to talk about the exam, they part ways and exchange numbers to keep in contact. Izuku heads home happy that he might have made his first friend in a while. A pretty one at that. He shakes the thought out. He finally gets home a bit tired from the adrenaline leaving his body. His mom is there asking him how he did and if he was all right. Smiling, he says he is tired and tells her he made a friend. Happy for her son, she tells him to go take a shower and that dinner will be ready soon. Agreeing, he heads off. He feels a buzz and sees it's a message from Uraraka. Gravity Girl, made it home, and I'm ready to sleep for the rest of the week. Smiling, he started to reply when his mother looks down the hall, as Izuku stands in the middle of it. What are you doing? She asks, confused. What would have made him stop in the middle of the hallway? He responds without thinking, I'm texting Uraraka. As he hears a cry and turns to see his mother with tears in her eyes, a girl, my baby is growing up. She wails as she tackles Izuku in a hug. He tries to explain it's not like that, but is drowned out by more cries. A week later, he is doing some light exercises in his room every once in a while, texting back to Uraraka. His mother bursts in with an envelope with a UA stamp in the middle. He tells Uraraka he got his results and goes to open it with his mother in his room with him. A disc slips out, and he looks at it curious as it turns on loudly, All Might yelling. Scaring both the green hair family members, he throws it and lands upright, continuing where it left off. I am here to give you your exam results. You may be wondering what I'm doing here. Well, you're looking at UA's newest teacher. What's that hurry up? All right. So you passed the test ranking number 2, right under a recommended student. Congrats, but now on to the practical. You scored a mighty 78 villain points, giving you first place. All Might exclaims. Izuku starts to tear up, happy he is on the road to achieving his dream. His mother cries with him, hugging him, proud of him. But wait, there is more. How can we call ourselves a hero school if we don't reward those with heroic actions? As he shows clips of Izuku helping and assisting other test takes. Finally cutting to Izuku rushing to get Uraraka out from underneath the rubble, and the video missing when he portals out oddly enough, just showing him with Uraraka on top of him. Izuku feels his mother poking him with a smirk. Embarrassed, he decided not to look at her, and he continues to watch. That's why we are awarding you 70 rescue points. At a total of 148 points, I look forward to seeing what kind of hero you become, and we'll see you later. He finishes up, and the device shuts off, looking at his mother in joy for getting into the hero program. He sees her looking at him, saying, she seemed to be clinging to you very tightly in the last clip. Anything you need to tell me, Izuku? She asks while having a scandalous smirk on her face. He blushes so hard. His mother laughs at his embarrassment, hugging him, happy he got in. They hear a buzz and look at Izuku's phone with multiple texts from the said girl. His mother wiggles her eyebrows at him and heads out to cook something in celebration. After he calms down, he looks at his phone to see Uraraka also passed and will be in the same class as him. He blushes thinking of his mother's actions just minutes before. On the morning of the first day of UA, he struggles to tie his tie. Getting frustrated, he is tempted to tear it apart. He looks at it and says, F it, good enough. He head out and says goodbye to his mother with a big hug. Taking a short train ride to the campus, he looks up at the gate of UA. With some time to spare, he finally finds his classroom door. Someone definitely built this place like a maze. Praying to any god willing to listen that Katsuki won't be in the same class as him. Opening the door, he is greeted by shouting. The gods have forsaken Izuku apparently. Sighing, he takes a few steps in when Uraraka shows up behind him and greets him happily. I'm glad to see you again, Midoriya, she says to her savior. She looks at his messy tie and frowns slightly. Noticing her gaze, he says in an embarrassed tone, Yeah, I know it looks bad. I never had a reason to learn how to tie a tie, so I ended up with this. freezing as she reaches forward and unties it. She flips his collar and ties it properly. Patting it with satisfaction, she realized how close she got to him. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Just wanted to fix it is all. She backs up looking at him with a slight blush. Sporting his own blush at her actions, he waves it of trying to move past it. Thanks, I appreciate it. I'll try to learn how to do it right next time. Uraraka looking in the classroom, she sees some unique people, some talking between each other, and a pair of golden and black eyes looking back right at her with huge, teasing smile. Knowing she will be trouble, she looks away to another pair of eyes looking not at her, but at Izuku. And not just looking, but glaring and sneering so hard, he looks like he is trying to set his head on fire. Not liking the look she is about to ask Izuku when she sees him looking at the ground behind her. Looking back, she sees the largest worm on the ground shuffling towards them. With a slight shriek, she jumps behind Izuku, staring at the grub. Izuku, in his infinite wisdom, crouches down and pokes it. It wriggled some more. Don't touch it. What is it, a worm? Uraraka says to Izuku, I was thinking it is a caterpillar, a really big one. Maybe it's someone's quirk. Looking back to the now quiet class, thinking maybe it's one of theirs. The rest of the class is now looking at what is going on, some shaking their heads to his unasked question. Don't worry, bud. We'll find your owner. Patting the caterpillar. As it wriggled some more, he sees it stand, and a zipper sounds as a tired black-haired man stand out of his sleeping bag. He looks at Izuku with a complicated look in his face. Why would you think a caterpillar is roaming the halls? With a confused tone, completely embarrassed that he was patting his probably homeroom teacher and the man that prevented him from bleeding out. He can only reply with a question of his own. Why were you crawling on the ground in your sleeping bag? Completely ready to get expelled in his first day of pinching the bridge of his nose with a sigh. He just moves past it all and looks at his class. Introducing himself as the homeroom teacher and his name, Shoyuta Aizawa, he tells them to change into their gym uniforms and meet him at the field. Rubbing his face with his hands to dispel the lingerie embarrassment, he feels a pat on his shoulder. Looking over, he sees Uraraka holding in a laugh. She says, it could have been worse. As they line up in front of their homeroom teacher, he explains that they're going to do a quirk apprehension test. Uraraka asking about the introduction ceremony. He just says it's a waste of time. Throwing a ball to Izuku, he says, Midoriya, you came in first in the entrance exam. What was your longest throw in middle school? Responding, about 70 meters. All right, now do it with your quirk. Do whatever, just do it without leaving the circle. Aizawa says, that Deku doesn't have a quirk. I don't understand how someone like him got here in the first place, let alone first in the entrance exam. He probably cheated. Katsuki sneers at Izuku. With some quiet talking between classmates about what he just said, Uraraka glares at the boy, annoyed already with his attitude. Izuku meanwhile rolls his eyes. You didn't listen when I was 4, and you won't listen until now. Izuku says with an angry glare back at Katsuki. Getting into the circle, he thinks of the farthest point he has been to or can see. He looks around and sees something that gives him an insane idea. With a wild grin, he looks over to his teacher and asks, do you have something to tie me down so I don't get swept away during my turn? With confused looks all around, Aizawa nods his head and wraps Izuku around his waist with his capture scarf and gives him a nod, curious to see what he is going to do. Telling everyone else to brace themselves, he starts. Dropping the ball at his feet, it won't matter anyways. He gets ready and hopes it will work. Looking up at the moon still visible during the day, he throws his hands forward and, with more effort than he ever had, he pulls and tears a hole in front of him. Immediately, he sees the black void of space and sees the greatest view of the earth. With the sight, so came the suction of space. With some gasps in the crowd of students, he feels the scarf hold him in place. With everything getting sucked into the tear in front of him, he sees the ball go through and immediately shuts the tear, falling backwards with no more pull forward. He thanks Aizawa for holding on to his literal lifeline. Glad that worked out, Izuku says, and he stands up, dusting himself off. While Aizawa glares at him for such a dangerous stunt he pulled off. His device beeps with an error message that it is out of range of the earth, showing it to his students. While his did what he was asked of, please don't try do something like that again. With all the students talking with excitement, one wasn't. Angry that he's been tricked all these years, he rushes at Izuku, yelling, "Deku, tell me how you did that." With Eraserhead scarf still wrapped Izuku's waist, he couldn't stop him in time before he reaches his target. Izuku immediately goes on the offensive and grabs Katsuki when he swings at him and throws him to the ground, still holding his wrist. He twists it behind Katsuki's back to pin him down. Aizawa, the pro hero, rushes to break it up before it escalates any further. Katsuki continued to scream and struggle, but no avail. When Aizawa got close enough, Izuku released him and backed away, quickly, still prepared for him to attack again. Before that, the teacher got his scarf on Katsuki as he got up to charge at Izuku. "What the hell is this made of?" Katsuki yells and struggles some more. "Enough!" Eraserhead yells as he glances at Izuku, but is not worried he will attack. Seeing him still in his defensive form, he turns back to Katsuki. "You are on very, very thin ice, Bakugo. Give me a reason why I shouldn't expel you from my class for attacking another student unprovoked." Katsuki, stunned at what the hobo said to him, yells back, "Because I'm the best and the future #1 hero. That Deku shouldn't even be here, lying to me about being quirkless all our lives." He glares at Izuku. "I never ever said I was quirkless. You are the one that didn't believe me when I showed you what my quirk could do. You are the one who told everyone at our school I was quirkless. I never corrected you because I didn't see any reason you deserved the truth you covered your eyes from," Izuku said calmly, seeing his homeroom teacher have him handle. "I'll give you one more chance, but if you do something like this again, you're out of my class, understood?" He looks into Katsuki's, but knows already he won't last very long. "Whatever." Katsuki looks away. As the others look on, some murmur about how violent Katsuki looked, while Uraraka is glad to see Izuku unharmed and glares at Katsuki for what she is putting together from what she overheard. After that, Izuku walks back to his class and is greeted by congratulations on how insane his so-called throw was. Never receiving praise to this degree and this many people, he stutters a thanks and rejoins the line. Someone saying to the others something about having fun, the mood changes. "You are not here to have fun. You are here to learn to be the best heroes you can be. How about this for fun? The last place will be removed from his hero course." He looks over his students. Most complaining, but not have no other option and move on. Izuku not too worried about the tests. He will probably land in the high middle. Uraraka slinks up next to him and tells him how well he did. With a slight blush, he thanks her, and they do the rest of the tests. As he watches all these unique quirks, he wishes he had his notebook with him to write every detail. But later, as he lines up for the 50-meter dash, Katsuki glares at him and says something about destroying him in this. As they started, Izuku just dives into the air and tears a portal open while rolling forward past the end of the line. Getting first in that exercise as well, he can hear Katsuki grinding his teeth. Thinking about how much he must do that, he wonders how damaged his teeth are. Poor dentist. Izuku gave his all, using his portals where he could like the distance jump and high jump. His fit body could land him in a good enough place in the test. As they went along, he was greeted by his classmates, seeing how friendly he was. He got the names of most of his new friends. One got very close. Mina grabbing his arm and squeezing it, trying to get a reaction from Uraraka. As she looked at the other girl, she froze. She felt again and felt how muscular Izuku was. From endless practice and cleaning the beach, he was a beefcake. Now getting more and more embarrassed. "Mina, can you please let go?" Izuku almost pleaded. Sure, sorry." Mina let go while seeing Uraraka giving her a look from the corner of her eye, sweating at the intense look. One short student was glaring at Izuku, jealous of the attention he was getting. Catching the glare, looked back. He was slightly confused and wondering what he did to him. In the end of all the tests, Izuku placed first. Kinda surprised, he thought he was high middle of the pack. Seeing the last place, Mineta crying about how he will never get any. He was disgusted, kinda glad he was getting removed now. But Eraserhead, telling them it was a ruse to make them do their best, burst that bubble. now getting changed back to his school uniform to go home. He chats to the other boys. Finally heading out, he meets up with Uraraka and head out to the train station. While walking, she realized she doesn't know what his quirk is asking this. How does your quirk work, Midoriya? Oh, it lets me rip and tear anything I get my hands on. Not the flashy, but I made it mine. Izuku turns to her with a smile. Confused, she asks, then how did you make those portals? That's like a whole another quirk. Izuku laughs and tells her about he first opened a tier, ready to break the universe. Uraraka, horrified, looks at Izuku and hits him. Don't do that. You'll end up hurting yourself if it didn't go as you wanted. Uraraka lectures. Rubbing his arm, Izuku replies, all right, but don't worry, think it worked because I was thinking of the other side of the tear. Otherwise, well, I guess I wouldn't have to worry about this conversation. Smiling at Uraraka. The next day, Izuku walking to UA, Uraraka catches up to him on the way. Fixing his tie, once again they laugh. Izuku not wanting to learn how to tie his tie, if this is their new greeting. They chat with nothing in particular for a topic, just enjoying each other's presence. Izuku always expected Hero School to be more exciting, with pros teaching every class, including serving lunch. But no, it was pretty average after the hype of meeting the pro. Some of the teachers were pretty straightforward with teaching, like cementos or ectoplasm. But others had their own quirks. Mike liked to be extravagant and loud. Midnight was more interactive with the students, to the point where he wondered how she was still a teacher. After a great lunch, Hero class arrived. With all the students chatting, wondering who will teach them, All Might bursts through the door. In a ridiculous pose, he exclaims, I'm coming through the door like a normal person. Coming in like a lunatic, he marches forward and tells the class to meet him in the training city. For battle trial, you'll need the gear you requested. As All Might clicks a remote that opens the students' suits. Looking forward, Izuku can see Katsuki almost frothing at the mouth when AM said battle. Knowing this will somehow end up badly for someone, he hopes it won't be Izuku. Grabbing his suitcase, he heads out to the locker room. After getting equipped in his suit, he looks at himself in the mirror. After a long time of thinking about what to submit for his suit, he finally got what he wanted. When thinking about how his quirk worked, he knew he couldn't wear gloves. If he did, he would end up going through them a dime a dozen. So instead, he went sleeveless with a black vest. It should be able to be bullet and piercing proof. The vest went up to his mouth, covering his vitals, similar to bomb unit armor. With headgear, he has a dark green helmet with a visor that matches his hair. Pants, he chose simple combat pants with knee pads and combat boots. The only equipment he asked for was an emergency knife and a first aid kit attached to his lower back. He thought of giving it more design, but chose this as a base and add or remove as he progressed in his classes. He walked out with his helmet in hand and met up with his class. Looking at his classmates' costumes, he realized that he is very logical. Skin-tight clothes and little to no armor to anyone. He wondered if he should have been more colorful as well. He sees two that shouldn't be allowed, but there they stand. One pair of floating gloves and boots. He prays she is actually clothed and not naked. Looking at the Yaoruzo, it's no better than a bathing suit. Uraraka walks up to him in her suit, also skin-tight, might he add. Diamond, Midoriya, you look really cool. Like you're gonna war in a movie. She circles him to look him up and down. Not being able to look at her directly, he compliments her suit as well. Catching one of his classmates leering at the girls, he glares at Mineta until he feels the stare. Looking eye to eye, Izuku slowly shakes his head and Mineta scurried away. Finally, AM greets his students again, complimenting their suits. Internally asking who approved some of these requests, he will talk to the principal later about it. Continued on, he glances at his notes and explains the trial. 2v2, villain versus hero teams, with random teams. With the students asking questions, AM waits for all to be finished. He answered all of them, with a stern warning to Katsuki to not go overboard. With the team selected, Izuku finds his partner and finds it to be Uraraka. Happy to be paired with someone he is familiar with, she sees who they will be fighting. And of course, it was a matter of time, it was Katsuki. With that ugly sneer he always puts on, he glares at me with a smile. Not giving in to his level, Izuku just puts on his helmet with a hiss, sealing it to his suit. Looking at Uraraka, he sees that she is giving him a stink eye and pulls her away to start planning. He asked her if she wants to end it quickly or does she want to show what she's got. Confused, she asked what he means. I could portal us to the building across to see where the bomb is located and then portal right into the room, and boom, we win. Or we go in without portals and show what we can do. Izuku explains. Uraraka chose to go through the front door. They plan to split up as soon as Katsuki jumps them. Her going for the bomb and him taking out Katsuki and then joins her. It's all going to plan. Katsuki jumps out and tries to take out Izuku while screaming about how he lied to him about his quirk, and Uraraka runs to the stairs. They fight with Izuku redirecting Katsuki's explosions and throwing in a punch every chance he could. Katsuki didn't hurt Izuku very much, only slight burns. Getting frustrated, he gives a heavy right hook while screaming, "Where is that quirk of yours? Are you looking down on me, you Deku?" Izuku hates that name. It's so annoying. Like a fly that would never go away, always buzzing next to his ear. Getting mad, he grabs his right hook by the gauntlet and tears it apart, leaving his arm exposed. "There's my quirk, happy now," he grits out. While Katsuki is shocked, Izuku grabs him by the other arm and pins him to the ground, just like the other day. Shaking off his shock at how Izuku tore his gauntlet so easily, he realizes he had been captured with the tape. Screaming over AM's voice, saying that he is out. Izuku looks at him and prays he takes the loss. But he knows he won't. He should have knocked him out. Too late now. Hopefully, Katsuki won't do anything too stupid. Running up the stairs while asking Uraraka where she was. It's one floor above. She is in the room with Ida, and she can't catch him. Telling her to corner him by one wall, Izuku waits. When he gets the signal that Ida is by the wall specified, Izuku tears through the wall and surprised Ida. Seeing him distracted, Uraraka jumps for the bomb and wins the trail for them. Nice work, Izuku. She freezes as she calls him by his given name, trying to back up. He stops her. "It's fine, you can call me Izuku, Uraraka," he says with rosy cheeks, even though no one can see because of his helmet. "Then you can call me Ochako." She looks away, flustered. As AM calls them back, Katsuki bursts through the doorway. "No way I'm going to lose to someone like you. Do you know what my quirk does, don't you, Deku?" As he raises his other gauntlet, aiming it right at him, with AM yelling not to fire, the trial is over, and Katsuki will kill him if he fires. He won't die if he dodges. He yells as he pulls the pin. Meanwhile, Izuku with Ochako and Ida right next to him gets in front of them both. Knowing this will only escalate, he readies himself. Seeing that he is actually trying to kill him, he tears the biggest portal to cover himself and, more importantly, the people behind him. Opening the other side to outside the building, he waits until he feels the heat disappear. Closing that portal with a thought, he opens another right behind Katsuki. With a brutal hit to the back of his head, he grabs the other gauntlet and tears it apart, pinning Katsuki roughly to the ground. He looks up to see Ochako and Ida all right, but he can see a tremble in Ochako's hands. With adrenaline running through his body, he makes sure Katsuki can't move, and if he uses his quirk again, he will only hurt himself. AM finally arrives at the bomb room and looks over the students to see all of them still whole. "Good job, young Midoriya. I'll take him from here," he said with steel in his voice. Knocking out a howling Katsuki, he picks him up and takes him away. Heading back to the observation room, Ochako and Ida thank him for saving them both. Happy to see them all right, he waves them off. As soon as they open the door, they are bombarded by their classmates. Not used to being the center of attention, Izuku backs up slightly, telling them all they were all right. They relent and give Izuku some breathing room. AM shows up after dropping off Katsuki in the nurse's office, making sure he was secured. He will deal with that later. Well, that could have been worse. Let's move on to who is the MVP of this round. AM says, looking over his charges. Yazuruzo raises her hand and says that Izuku is the MVP, from planning and then saving the three from getting torched by Katsuki. AM agrees, and they move on to the next match. That's how the rest of the day goes. Some matches are more interesting than others. Ochako is next to him while she listens to him mutter to himself, not interrupting, just trying to absorb what he is saying. Mina smirks and points them out to Hagakure. She giggles with her new friend. They're going to have fun this year. The day ends with no more injuries than bumps and bruises, with the majority of the class walking out of the gates together, chatting about the trials they split off. Meanwhile, AM and Eraserhead are sitting with the principal and Katsuki. While discussing what happened in the trial, Katsuki grits his teeth, thinking about how it's all Deku's fault. As punishment, you will be suspended for the rest of the week and will attend anger management classes. This is your second strike. One more, and you're out of the hero course, if not UA as a whole. Accepting his punishment, he leaves, planning on how to put that Deku in his place. Waking up with a slight headache, Izuku gets ready. Not even trying with his tie, he just throws it around his neck and lets the ends dangle. He knows some bullshittery will happen today. He just knows it. Downing his coffee, he meets up with Ochako. Seeing his disheveled appearance, she asks, "You all right, Izuku? You don't look so well." As she grabs his tie to fix it, with a smile at her actions, he already feels the headache leaving. "I'm fine, just woke with a headache. I feel some SHD is going to happen, I just know it." With a suspicious squint of the eye. Giggling, "I don't think I've ever heard you swear. Then again, I've heard worse at my parents' construction sites." She says, looking at him, "What makes you feel like something is going to happen?" "Anytime I wake with a headache, something has happened. Lost my phone one of those times, and another villain attacked me. For example," he says with his head on a swivel. "Are you all right?" She asked with worry in her tone and eyes. Izuku just waved it off, saying the villain never touched him, and AM stopped him. As they walk on, they hear some voices and see a crowd of reporters. They stop and look at the sea of cameras and microphones. Waving his hands at the reporters, he says, "See, bullshit." Not wanting to get closer, lest the parasites grab onto them. With a chuckle, Ochako agrees with his powers to sense bullshit. They stand there as they think about how to get past them without assaulting a civilian. They throw ideas from a distraction to jumping the UA walls. As they give up on another plan, other students of UA from other courses, including his own, join the two. Looking over, he sees about 20 random students next to them, also thinking of a way to get past the leeches. A couple from his class gets close to him and Ochako. Looking at the time, he says, "F it, I'm breaking the law today," throwing his hands in the air. With the other students looking at him, he throws his hands forward and tears a hole from him to the other side of the UA gate, next to the entrance doors. Eraserhead, on his way to try to disperse the crowd, sees the portal open and prepares for a villain, but recognizes the green lighting edge of the portal. As Izuku gestures toward the tear in space, he says, "It opens right next to the building. Go ahead, I'll be the last one." Kirishima and Kaminari both thanked Izuku and walk through, with the rest of the crowd of UA students going after seeing it's safe. "You're not going through?" Ochako asks as she stands by Izuku. "No, I have to be the last, or else the tear closes behind me." He explains as the last of the students go through, with Ochako last, and Izuku following behind her. They come face to face with their homeroom teacher, looking at him with a dead look in his eyes. Thinking he is going to reprimand him, Aizawa just turns and tries to get the reporters to leave. With a sigh of relief, Izuku and Ochako laugh a bit and head to class. As he gets to class, he sees Katsuki not in his seat or the room at all. Ignoring this, he waits for class to start. A tired Eraserhead shows up and goes on to tell them how they did on the battle trials yesterday, explaining how Katsuki has been punished and will return in a week. Looking at Izuku, ready for talking to about his illegal quirk use or how rough he was taking down Katsuki. All Aizawa says is, "Good job," with a nod. Not sure what he was referring to Izuku, just accept it with a smile. Then Aizawa goes on to tell the class to choose a class president and promptly goes to his sleeping bag. "Poor guy, I'll get him a coffee later." Sound erupts about how almost everyone wants to be the president. Ida tells everyone to vote for it, and we will decide that way. In the end, Izuku was voted in with Momo as vice. He looks directly at Ochako and mouths, "More bullshit." With that, he goes up to give his speech. Presidents do that, right? "As president, I do declare that this is a bad idea. That is all." Yairuzo, beside him, just chuckles and goes on to write her phone number to make a group chat for 1A. They all agree and have a chat room made up in a few minutes. As lunch rolls around, Izuku sits with Ochako. With a heavy sigh, he digs in, Ochako says, "Oh, calm down, you drama queen. It's not that bad." With more of their classmates sitting down. "It's just more responsibility that I didn't want is all," he says with another dramatic sigh as he eats. With laughs going around the table, Mina speaks up. "Don't worry, you'll do fine. That's why I voted for you. And also for opening a portal past those reporters." Agreements go around the lunch table, with Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Ida at the table, with more sitting down as they get their food. An ear-piercing alarm goes off, with one of the third years saying it's an intrude alarm and should leave. Izuku instead gets on the table looking around to see if he can spot anything. He's about to follow the crowd when he sees it's the reporters. He looks for a way to get everyone's attention when he sees Ochako get swept up by the crowd. Getting angry that she might get hurt, he tears a portal to the top of the door next to the exit sign and rips his fingers into the wall for a handhold. Yelling that's only the reporters, and to calm down, he jumps down and checks on Ochako, seeing she is all right. He gathers the rest of 1A and heads to class. He sees on his way to class that the gate is now dust. It seems that even more bullshit has arrived. Next morning, Izuku wakes, but he feels like something is going to happen. He has no headache, so that only makes him worried. Praying it's only something he ate that is making him feel like this, he prepares and head out. Meeting up with Ochako like always, with the fixing of the tie, they walk in a peaceful silence, until someone yells out to them. Turning around, they see it's Mina. "Hey guys, how are you doing?" The pink ball of energy asks, with a bit too much enthusiasm in the morning to be normal. "I'm good, how's your morning, Mina?" Ochako responds, "All right," with a shrug. Looking at both of them with a smirk, she asks, "You two are always together. Are you mayhaps a couple?" With the tips of her fingers covering her mouth. Both with a bright blush, Izuku says in a rush, No, we're just good friends. We met during the entrance exam, and we became friends. That's all." Feeling slightly odd at saying that out loud, Ochako nods along, but not liking the feeling inside her at the last part. "Oh really, so you're single, Midori?" Mina hooking her arm in his as they continued to walk to school. Not knowing what to do in this situation, Izuku just answered in the affirmation. Ochako not liking how close Mina is getting, she also hooks arms with Izuku's other side. Looking at Mina, ready to defend her territory. Mina looking back with a grin, internally laughing at getting the reaction she wanted. Meanwhile, Izuku can only look back and forward from Mina and Ochako in confusion of what is going on. Arriving at school, with many looks of confusion and some of jealousy, seeing him with two pretty girls on his arms. Finally arriving at the classroom door, Izuku, still confusion at his predicament. Mina quickly lets go and opens the door and heads inside with the best SHD-eating grin at Ochako. With the door open, everyone could see Ochako on Izuku's arm. Now with embarrassed blush, Ochako lets go and heads to her seat, glaring at a giggling Mina planning her revenge. Izuku just sits down, trying to get past the feeling of Ochako leaving his arm. He didn't like it. Shaking his head, Aizawa opens the door and announced, "We are having a special class today, based around rescue. We will take a bus to a different facility, change into you suits, and meet me outside." With that, he walks back out. With excited chatter, everyone filters out. While changing in the locker room, Mineta says out loud, "Hey, check it out, there is a peephole into the women's locker room. We can see what they look like." With perverted grin, getting closer to the hole, Ida about to reprimand him for his actions, but Izuku beats him to the punch. With a calm fury, he grabs Mineta by the top of his head, making sure he doesn't tear into his skull. Yelling out in more surprise that pain, the pervert looks at his captor. With eyes that scared him to his core, he brings him close and whispers in his ear. One boy in the room silently watched as the grape's face went from surprise to scared to pale-faced horror. No one else could hear what Izuku said to the other boy, but once he let him go, Mineta grabbed the rest of his suit and quickly walked to the other corner of the room to finish changing. Watching him go, Izuku goes back to finish changing, with everyone else curious to what he said to scare Mineta so badly. In the other locker room, Jairu had one of her jacks in the wall ready to poke an eye out. Here's what Izuku said to Mineta, and is both horrified and glad that there is good guy in the class. "Everything all right, Jairu? you look a bit pale. Momo asks, I'm fine, just glad Midoriya is on our side. Also, can you make something to plug this hole? The girl's giving her odd looks. They finish changing and plug the hole. Meeting up with rest of the class, Izuku approaches Momo to tell her about the peephole, but she already has it covered. Counting heads, he confirms that everyone is here and ready to get on the bus. Ida blows a whistle, saying loudly, line up in alphabetical order to board the bus. Izuku walks up to him. Hey Ida, tone it down, we don't need to do that. Also, it won't matter, it's a different bus layout, he says, gesturing to the bus. They all board, Izuku next to two and Ochako on the other. After a bit, Tsuyu speaks up. Midoriya, can I ask you what your quirk is? It seems to be two different ones, strength and that portal ability. That got everyone's attention. Izuku says back, sure, I don't mind Azui call me too. Alright Tsu, it's only one quirk. And I'm not super strong. My quirk is called Rip and Tear. Simply put, I can rip and tear anything I get my hands on. As he closes his hands in front of him, looking at a certain boy as he does this, Mineta looks away in a panic. Seeing confusion, he explains further, for example, I can't pick up a car or bend steel like most anyone else. But if I give you a thick paper book, I could tear it like it's only one page. I trained it so I can tear more than just paper, but that's the basic of it. Anything I can grab, I can rip it apart. What about the portals then? Kirishima asks. Oh, I completely winged that one a couple of years ago. I thought if I can tear anything I want, then why not the space in front of me? Izuku says, remembering the first time he did that. Momo in the back paling at the thought of a tear in space. Good thing that worked out, otherwise who knows. Izuku shrugs. It got quiet for a minute when Kirishima speaks up again. So why didn't you use your quirk on Bakugo in the trial? With the absence Katsuki, Izuku responded simply. Then he would be missing a limb. My quirk is to rip and tear. Can't exactly use it someone without maiming them. Everyone on the bus realized how dangerous Izuku really is, with his mobility, with portals and offensive power in tearing anything in his path. Good thing you're on our side then, Kaminari says, dispelling the thoughts going on in everyone's heads. Soon they arrive at the dome of the USJ. Ochako freaking out and shaking Izuku about her favorite hero. Hero 13 greets them and talks to Aizawa for a moment before getting back to the class. I'm sure you are all excited about today's lesson, but first I want to talk about my quirk black hole. Yes, you have used it clear our rubble to help so many people. Ochako says excited. With a chuckle they continue, yes I have, but just as easily I used it save, I could use it to kill. With that the mood changed again, some looking at Izuku. He already thought long and hard about how dangerous his quirk is, just listens. You all have quirks that could harm just as easily. That's why we are here to teach how to use them properly in this facility, she says with enthusiasm for the lesson ahead. While the class was clapping, the lights went out, and in the center of the plaza, a purple mist appeared. With a sinking feeling, Izuku yells out, Eraserhead, look. Spinning around, he curses. He sees dozens of villains come out, with three notable villains. A big bird-looking monster, one lanky with hands on him, and the purple mist came together to a man. Where is All Might? He should be here. Maybe killing a few students will spawn him. Move up, boys. With a manic look in his eyes. With the order, the villains rush forward. Eraserhead quickly orders Midoriya evacuation now, as he charges forward himself to hold off the tide of people bent on hurting his students. Izuku, not wasting time, turns and rips a portal to the front of the UA main building. Go through now. As his classmates run through, he waits and looks back at how Eraserhead is doing. He is holding his own, but is slowing down. With the lanky villain watching his EXP leave the combat zone, he furiously scratches his neck. Shigaraki, do you wish for me to stop them? The mist asks. No, Nomu, stop him. Pointing at Izuku. Izuku, seeing this, looks at the Nomu and sees it disappear and appear in front of 13 with a burst of speed, putting themselves in between of the villains and the escaping students. Seeing the monster backhand the hero, Izuku turns quickly to see the last student besides him, Ochako look of horror at the monster. He immediately grabs her and pushes her through the gate before the Nomu grabbed him. On the other side of the portal, the students can see the Nomu holding Izuku by the arm. With a worry that will go through the tear and kill everyone on campus, he shuts the gate. Ochako, seeing this, gets up to go back through, but is too late. DM in it. At least we got the one. And the heroes. As Eraserhead finished the last villain, Shigaraki runs to him to finish him off, but block the elbow to his face as it starts to crumble. The hero backs away with a breathe. Looking back to the stairs, he sees Izuku in the Nomu's grasp. Bring him here and get rid of this hero. The Nomu speeding off with Izuku struggling to get some wiggle room to slip out, but he can't. The Nomu doing the same as it did to the other hero, backhands him into the fountain in the center and not get up. Seeing this, Izuku goes with the lethal approach and tears the Nomu's hand, gripping him off. With a drop, he goes for the leg next and tears it off as well. Falling to its remaining knee and hand, he backs off as he sees it start to grow its limbs back. With manic laugh, "You are a violent one, aren't you? But no matter, my bioengineered super weapon doesn't just have strength and speed quirks, but Regen and shock absorber one too." The handyman boasts. Izuku hearing this and seeing Aizawa not getting up, decides he doesn't want to die. He promised Mom long ago he would be careful. So he will rip and tear to get back home safely, no matter who he has to go through. Charging at the Nomu, just as it was getting on its feet, he runs past and tears off the other leg. Jumping on its back as it screeches, he tears off the other limbs, not allowing it to get back up, knowing he has to work fast before it can regenerate and get back. He begins to RIP and tear it back. Hand in hand, reaching the spine, then the heart, he stops for a moment to see if that did it. He sees the hole in the back of the creature's clothes. So he starts again. Before that, he feels it get up on its feet. Cursing himself for forgetting the limbs, he digs his head into the back and holds on. As it thrashes around Izuku, climbs up quickly and grabs its head and rips it off. With a shudder, it falls to its knees, then face down, not getting back up. Shigaraki, seeing this teenager, covered in the BLD and holding the head of the Nomu, yells out. The Misty Man, in a bit of shock of the brutal display, opens a portal for Shigaraki to reach forward to dust him. Out of breath and bloody, not his own, he sees the hand reaching for him from a mist in the air. Knowing what is going on because he has done the same in training with his portals, he grabs the hand by the forearm and tears it off without hesitation. Screaming out in agony, he pulls his arm back with a missing hand. Shigaraki screams out, "I am going to kill you." But before that, the front door burst open and multiple shots rang out, injuring Shigaraki even more. Kirigiri, gate now. With murderous glare at Izuku, he disappeared. Izuku runs over to Aizawa to see if he was all right. He see him bloody but breathing steadily. Just knocked out, he breathes out a sigh of relief. Heroes on top of. The stairs look at the bloody corpse of a monster with a missing head and multiple limbs around the belonging to it. Jesus HF, Snipe, says, looking over the body. Seeing all the villains knocked out, Nizu and AM approach Izuku. Standing up, he greets them. "Oh hey, the bad guys are gone and Aizawa needs help." Coming down from the adrenaline rush of the close brush of death. "It seems that you also need some assistance, Mr. Midoriya," Nizu says with a gesture to the boy's appearance. "Are you hurt, my boy?" AM follows up. Looking down, Izuku sees his arms covered in the Nomus BLD with some on his visor. Taking off his helmet with a hiss. "It's not mine, none of it is. It all belongs to that thing." Pointing at the headless Nomu, Shigaraki, the head villain, said it was bioengineered with multiple quirks to kill you. Izuku says in a shaky voice. Looking at AM, he notices that his face is a few shades paler and took minuscule step back. Nizu looked only slightly better, knowing what multiple quirks means. Izuku's legs give out and he falls to his knees as paramedics come to get Aizawa. AM and the principal rush to him, helping him to keep his feet under him. "We better get you to see medical and have you tell us and the police what happened exactly." As he looks around. "All right, is everyone else safe? How is 13? My classmates?" Izuku remembered as he was helped along. "Yes, your classmates don't have a scratch on them. And as for 13, they say they will make a full recovery." Though young Uraraka was very distraught. So were the rest of 1A, but mostly Uraraka. Nizu said, leading Izuku up the stairs and out of the USJ. Wincing at the thought of Ochako panicking and not know that he was all right. He quickly pulls out his phone and sends a mass text to his friends and his mom that he is all right and with the heroes. Arriving at UA a few minutes later, he sees his class waiting and see him quickly rushing over. They all stop when they see the BLD covering his arms and chest. Looking down, he still sees the gore coating him. It's all right, it's not mine. Wincing immediately after saying that, Izuku just waves them off to show he is still in one piece. I'll explain later, but you guys sh-. He's cut off as Ochako wraps him up in a tight hug. I don't think you should hug me right now. I'm filthy. Izuku stutters out with colored cheeks. You idiot, he hears from his chest, giving her a quick hug back so that he doesn't cover her in the grim as well. She pulls away, wiping tears, looking at him with a worried smile. AM guides him to the nurse's office to clean up and get checked out. After RGCs, he is unharmed except for a bruised arm from when the Nomu grabbed him. They lead him to a conference room with all the staff. Except for 13 Eraserhead and AM, there's two others that Izuku never met before. One very cliché detective and a tall, skinny blonde with blue sunken eyes. Understanding that the detective is needed for a police report, he looks at the skinny blonde. Nizu introduces the two men, Midoriya. This is Detective Tsukachi and Yagi Tashinori. We would like to talk to you about what happened in the USJ. I understand the police, but who are you? Izuku looks at Small Might. I'm a secretary for AM. I will be in for his stead. He replied somewhat quickly. With the principal giving a nod, he accepts it and starts with 13 finishing her lecture about the dangers of quirks. When Kurogiri appeared with a mob following, then Shigaraki and the Nomu. He tells them Eraserhead ordered him to evacuate the class, knowing Izuku had a portal ability. Here the detective asks why he didn't follow his classmates. That was my intention, but Shigaraki ordered the Nomu to stop me, and I couldn't get through the tear in time. So I pushed Uraraka through and closed it behind her so that the Nomu didn't get through and do who knows what here. Izuku explained, feeling more weary. He continued on about 13 getting injured, the Nomu brining him to center close to Shigaraki, Eraserhead getting injured then setting himself free from the Nomu. Explaining what his quirk does to the detective so he understands what he did to get free. After ripping the arm off, it began to regrow, with Shigaraki laughing out loud, saying it was created with multiple quirks to kill AM. Regenerate, shock absorber, strength and speed quirks. And probably stamina if you think about it. With that there was a quiet in the room. Nizu gestures him to continue. He does, so as he told them he was going to have to fight the monster if he wanted to live. So he did so. He tore off the limbs to stop its mobility, then its spine hoping that would stop it. After seeing the spine grow back, he goes for the head to end it. At that, Vlad King asks if he thinks he did the right thing killing that Nomu. I promised my mom I would be as safe as I can be as a hero. And if that means killing that monster, so be it. He says, looking at the teacher in anger. How else was he supposed to stop something meant for AM? The detective speaks up. That makes sense for the multiple limbs matching the Nomu. But what about the normal arm at the scene? That was Shigaraki's. After seeing me kill the Nomu, he got angry. His arm was warped with Kurogiri's help to attack me. So I took his arm off. Izuku says without remorse. After that, he was sent to his mother. With a tearful reunion and his mother checking every inch of him for any harm, they head home. Seeing that all his classmates are already gone, he feels sick. How was he going to explain his appearance when he looked like a BLD-thirsty murder? At least Ochako seemed to understand, maybe. Well, that's his Izuku one day in the future's problem. Izuku woke up with his mom at his room's door. Izuku, some of your classmates are here to see you, she says, then with a quieter voice. Which one is Ochako? She looks back, eyes snapping to a brown-haired girl. With devious smile, she looks back at her son and runs off. Quickly putting on a shirt, he runs out to stop his mother from embarrassing him. He stops at the hallway to see Ochako and most of his classmates except Todoroki and Katsuki. Oh, hey guys, how did you find where I live? Izuku waves. A few chuckles, and he realized he just woke up and tries to fix his unruly hair with no success. We looked you up and got it from a phone book. Uraraka said you guys meet up near here and narrowed down the search. Yaoruzo speaks up. "How are you doing?" She continued. Knowing that he will have to explain, he sees most of his class cramped in his kind of small apartment. "Let me go change real quick, and I'll take you guys somewhere with more space and to talk." He runs off with a smile at Ochako. Inko in the kitchen sees her blush and just knows this will be fun. After getting changed, he goes back to living room and tears a portal to the edge of the beach he cleaned and trained. "Where does this go?" Mina asked. "To the beach," Izuku says as he tells people to go through. Mina, not going yet, asks the famous trash beach. "Why there?" She wrinkles her nose at the thought of the smell. "That's where I trained for a long time, and it's private enough for Quirk use." Not saying he cleaned it up. His class going through, he waves to his mom and sees her smile. Suspicious, he looks back and sees Ochako grab his hand and pull him through. With some red in his cheeks, he squeezes her hand and moves on to his classmates looking at the pristine beach, sand, and waterfront. "I thought you said it was a dump." "So you said to." "Mina, it was like it was all covered in trash," she exclaims while looking around. "Yeah, someone cleaned it, who knows?" Izuku says, looking away. Ochako, being near, sees this, but doesn't say anything. He pulls them all to the pier talk. There he explains what happened after he evacuated them, telling them he couldn't keep the tear open without the monster going through, how he had to kill it to stop it. Here Ida got upset. "Heroes do not kill. How could you do such a thing?" He says, getting up. So I'm trying to defend Izuku. He waves them down while restraining his own anger. "How could I stop something that is meant for AM? Something with multiple quirks. They were planning to kill us, and I had no option, and I wasn't going to leave Eraserhead and 13 there to die." Izuku says with steel in his voice, looking at the blue-haired boy. Shrinking down under his gaze, Izuku continued with his telling of the attack. "I refused to get killed, so I did everything in my power to return as safe as I could. And I'm not going to apologize if that makes any of you uncomfortable," he says while looking away, scared that he will see fear in his new friends. Ochako was the first to reassure him that it's okay, and he did what he needed. More followed. In the end, they were all somewhat all right with it, grateful that he ended up with such understanding people. "All right, I think that's enough gloomy emotions. We're at a beach, how about we relax today?" Hagakure says, getting up and stretching her arms. Yaoruzo, that never got a beach day, with friend, claps her hands and starts to make rolls of towels and a couple of other things for a beach day. Since she was filthy rich, she just bought whatever food they needed. Izuku's showing the class where to get some food for the beach. He shows them to a small shop, with the owner greeting Izuku. Since training, he comes in often. They chat, and he thanks him for doing a good job on the beach. Freezing, he doesn't look back at his classmates, knowing they will find out soon. "What do you mean good job on the beach, sir?" Kirishima asks. Izuku tries to walk away, but his arm is caught by Ochako, still looking at the old owner. "Oh, I mean that Izuku here is the one who cleaned the beach over the years. I've seen him come almost every day for a good while, and now all done my shop is getting more business," he says with a big smile. Everyone looks at Izuku, but he tries to look nonchalant about it, while picking something to snack on, with Ochaka still gripping his arm, also looking at him with wonder in her eyes. The first to break the silence was Kaminari. "Bullshit. You cleaned the beach. I've seen pictures of how bad it was. What did you do, send it all to the moon?" "No, that test was the first time I opened a tier to the moon. And yes, I cleaned the beach over a couple of years." With that, everyone started to tell him what a good job and how manly he was. Finally getting back to the beach, Izuku sits down on a beach towels while some of his classmates run out to the water. Tokoyami, Jairu, and Koda sit near, thinking the same as him. With Yaoruzo making everything, including bathing suits, everyone was enjoying their days off of school while the school updates its security system. After a while, Ochako finally convinced Izuku to join her at the water. Taking his shirt off, showing off his hard work and training, he goes into the water, with multiple people watching, stunned at how chi-sled he was. "You can grind metal on those muscles," Hagakure says in a low voice. "Forget the metal, grind me on that." Slapping her hand on her mouth, Ochako runs to the bathroom with steam billowing out. With Mina and Hagakure laughing behind her, Yaoruzo shakes her head. At the end of the day, they all had fun relaxing, with only Mineta getting sunburned. After cleaning up, Izuku walks everyone back to the train station to send everyone off. Waving at everyone goodbye, he joins Ochaka on a ride home. "You didn't have to walk me home." Izuku waves her concerns away. "It's fine, plus I can just tear home in a second." Accepting that, they chat about their beach day, enjoying their time together. Getting off the train, they walk close and arrive at an apartment. "You live alone?" Izuku asks, a little worried. "Yeah, my parents are working farther away. This is closer to school and a bit cheaper." Getting quiet, she grabs Izuku in a tight hug, thinking back to how scared she was for Izuku when she was pushed through the portal. Izuku, surprised by the embrace, just hugs her back. "I'm glad you are okay," she says quietly. Reaching up, she kisses his cheek, and with a smile, she goes into her apartment. Frozen by what happened, he stands there for a few minutes. With a smile, he portals to his living room. Getting used to her son tearing a hole in space in her living room, they made a specific area where not to go for Izuku's portal. She sees her son with a dopey smile holding his cheek. Sitting there in the living room, sipping tea, and with the TV forgot, she just chuckles and says, "Looks like you had a good day. What made you smile like that?" She says, covering her mouth with the teacup, still looking at her boy. Jumping at her voice, he looks at her and sees his predicament, decides to run to his room, with the sound of his mother continuing to ask questions to his back. Talking classmates greet him and Ochako when they open the door of 1A. Greeting everyone, he notices that Katsuki is back, and of course glaring at Izuku. He decides to ignore him. Sitting down, everyone chats about who will be the sub since Aizawa was hurt at the USJ. He was thrown and hit the center fountain by the Nomu. The time came near to the start of class, and everyone sat down. Chatting quietly, the door opens, and in come Aizawa, bandaged on his arm that got touched by Shigaraki, and also some on his head. With tense shoulders, he walks into a suddenly quiet room. Scanning the seats, he sees Izuku. Relaxing finally, he steps in. After seeing Izuku fight for his life before he blacked out, he was in a panic when he woke. Thinking of the worst happened, he was informed that Izuku was in one piece and the League of Villains escaped, but not before seriously injured the head villain and killing the Nomu. Knowing his boss wouldn't lie to him, he still feels better seeing him all right himself. With shouts, he stands at the podium, the class asking if he was all right to teach. Waving them off, he starts homeroom and informs them about the sports festival. By the end, everyone was chatting about the festival when Aizawa says to Izuku Midoriya, "Please meet me after school. I have an assignment that will help you in your heroing." Confused about what the assignment could be, he nods and agrees to meet him at the end of the day. After class, some of his friends and Ochako approached him and asked him what that was about. He sees Ochako and thinks about the goodbye kiss before break. With a blush, he tells them he had no idea, but if it will help it, he's all for it. The day goes on, and then the meeting with Aizawa comes up. He waves his classmates goodbye and goes to find him in the teacher's lounge. He knocks on the door, and present Mike yells to come in. "Hey, listener, here to see Shoyuta." Nodding, he pointed to the same caterpillar that he saw in the first day of UA. With the sleeping bag rolling over, he sees Aizawa. Bringing Izuku over to a private office, he asks, "How are you doing, kid? I've been given the reports of what happened after I passed out." He asks when they get settled into their seats. With a sigh, Izuku says, "You remember that dog that I killed for attacking me when I was younger?" He looks at Aizawa as he nods. He continued, "It was like that again. I don't feel bad for killing that monster, and I've studied on how to use my quirk on people without killing them. It's not really possible for me to use it on someone who wants to remain whole." Glad to see his student still wanting to be a hero after causing some carnage, he goes on. "It's good to hear that you are all right, and I want to let you know that I can see why you had to go lethal on the Nomu." With a grateful nod, Aizawa continues. "For the assignment, you have an incredible quirk for moving people out of harm's way. Just like in the USJ, you will be one of the most valuable heroes on the field for movement. So how does your portal ability work exactly?" "The parameters of how I can tear portals open is if I've been there before or in line of sight. The moon was the farthest and hardest, but right now I have a few places I can portal to," Izuku says as he has an idea of what the assignment is. "Perfect. I want you to have as many portal points you can go to." from hospitals to populated areas. A web of points where you can send people to in an emergency. As his teacher hands him a paper of my locations of Japan. This is a longer-term assignment. Over time, collect places you can go to help you. Maybe over time, even different counties. Nodding with agreement, they end the meeting and Izuku heads out. He sees Ochako at the gate waiting for him. He should talk about things that make his stomach flutter. Hey, Ochako, you waited for me. He calls out. Yep, so what was the assignment? She says, touring to him with a smile that made the flutters worse. Telling her about the assignment, she agrees that it's a good idea. Hey, Izuku, can you help me train for the sports festival? She asks hopefully, thinking on how he could help her with what he has. He realized how similar their quirks can be used in combat. Just one touch from Ochako is AK. Oh, and it's the same for Izuku. Grappling is his specialty. With shining eyes, he looks at Ochako, excited to teach her his fighting style. Of course, and I know exactly how I can help you out. Want to start now? He asks her. With a nod, he looks around and sees they are alone, tearing a hole to the doorway to her apartment. They step through quickly. So what's the plan? She asks as she unlocked her door. Stopping at the doorway, he tells her that he will show his fighting style that will help her. Looking back to see Izuku stopped at her door, she drags him in. It's fine, I'll go change into something, then we can go. With a blush, he stands in the apartment and looks around. It's very minimalist, but nice for a single person. Still embarrassed by being in the house of a girl that he is feeling for, she walks back with sweats and a tank top. All right, let's get you changed, and we can go wherever we can go to train, she says, putting her hair in a ponytail. With a nod, he tears into his living room and sees his mom on the couch with a blonde woman. Ochako greets his mother and the guest when Izuku comes in. Oho, Izuku bringing in a girl to his house. Mitsuki says, getting up to greet him with a smirk. She and Inko have been friends since high school, so were the kids until they fell out. But the two mothers stayed close with some regular visits to each other's houses. With Ochako blushing, Izuku says in a panic, knowing his aunt's teasing. It's not like that. We're here so I can change and train for the sports festival. Hugging her nephew, he looks at Ochako and looks her over. Nodding without saying anything, she lets go and waves them off. Izuku rushes to his room to change and head out. Coming out, he sees Ochako laughing with the two women. He thinks, oh no, what could they be telling her? Embarrassing stories flash through his head. Seeing Izuku approach, she gets up and waves goodbye to the two women, tearing a hole they walk through to the beach. The two women bet on how long they will last before becoming a couple. At the beach, they head to a less visible area, just in case. He explains to her his fighting style of grappling that complements his quirk, and tells her it's perfect for her as well. Nodding, she agrees, and they get started. 2 weeks go by doing the same thing, house, beach, and then endurance training. They only got closer and closer with each passing day. Final day before the sports festival came, and while packing to leave, a group of people wait outside the door. Izuku tells Ochako that today will be a rest day for the sports festival. He opens the door to leave. Can I help you all? With a tilt of his head, he was pushed aside, and Katsuki yells out, get out of the way, Deku. You extras are here to see the real competition, well, here I am. Now move. As he walks out alone. Wow, this is 1A. Not surprised, a bunch of arrogant brats. A purple-haired kid walks forward. Izuku looks at him and says, hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A rep, and know that it's just Katsuki. He won't change anytime soon. With some surprise at the greeting, he looks him over and is not impressed. So this is the famous class that fought the villains. Not very impressive. Not liking how he was talking, he looks right at him. Skinny, no muscle mass, and looking down on everyone. Whatever, I'm here to declare war on your class. Did you know anyone who doesn't do good in the sports festival and the hero course can be replaced? The purple-haired says as he leaves. Another voice pipes up. You don't let all the glory of fighting some villains get to your head. After all, Class 1B is better in every way. A blonde boy says with mockery in his voice. Izuku, getting angry at everyone, making assumptions of his class, speaks up. No one here fought any villains. I evacuated everyone before I was stopped by a monster. If you have a problem with us fighting villains, then you only have a problem with me, he says as he turns to look at the blonde, always a blonde. As the student gets close, he reaches out to do something. Izuku grabs his arm, stopping him. His class, watching, remember his quirk and winces, hoping that they won't see a flying limb in the air. "What are you doing?" Izuku says with steel in his voice, something to do with his quirk. "You must have a powerful quirk, and I wanted to see what it was." As he pulls his hand away, his class thinking all the same thing. "No, you didn't." Ochako intervenes before something goes bad to worse. "All right, let's go, Izuku," as she pulls him away, headed to the exit. After that, they head off with the blonde glaring at him while he rubs his arm. He had a strong grip. They leave and head to park to relax before tomorrow. Ochako turns to him. "Thank you for helping me train. It means a lot to me," she says with a smile. Returning the smile, he says, "Of course, I'm happy to help you anytime." They continue on enjoying their day off before the festival. Class 1-8 gathers in the waiting room before they head out into the stadium. Ochako and Izuku are talking to their classmates near each other, some more nervous than others. Ochako was nervous because Izuku had helped her train with her quirk so that she almost beat Izuku in one of their spars. Their quirks were similar enough that she could mimic most of the time. Grappling and throws are perfect for someone who either needs to get all 5 fingers on their opponents or just a good grip. While sitting down and focusing on what's ahead, Izuku heard footsteps headed towards him. Looking up, he sees Todoroki. He has never spoken a word to Izuku and doubts that Todoroki is going to give Izuku a pep talk with a look on his face. "Midoriya, I am stronger than you. I don't know how you beat that villain at the USJ, but I don't care. I promise that I will win today," he says with a cold look on his face. Totally confused on why he decided that Todoroki wanted to throw down like that, he responds, "Not sure why you think I pissed your Cheerios this morning, but I'm not just going to lay down and die for you if we fight." Thinking of his quirk, he has a good chance. If you use your fire, though, it will be harder. But he does have a secret move that not even Ochako knows about. Turning around with even a colder look on his face, he says, "I will never use his fire," and walks away. Katsuki, hearing all this, is furious that one of the top students in class challenging Deku instead of him. Getting ready to shout how he will take the spot, gets cut off by the intercom, saying all students in a room to move to the stadium. Izuku and Yaoruzo lead the class through the doors to see thousands of fans cheering for students to show what they got. Izuku has never been in a situation like this before, and looking back, he sees most of his class in a similar situation as he is. Some, though, like Ishido, take the attention of thousands in stride, with President Mike announcing his class and mentioning the USJ in the process. Getting to his seat next to Ochako, the introduction of classes continues until the umpire walks out. Questioning his school if they want a lawsuit in their hands would be rude, but he wonders how Midnight got the position of umpire today. "Quiet down, kittens. We start the festival with the student's oath. Izuku Midoriya, come up here." She whips a written CRP directly towards him in the crowd. Completely thrown off, he looks at Ochako to see she is also confused, then to Yaoruzo. She says quickly, "You place first in the entrance exam. You have to give a speech." Getting up and accepting his fate, he walks to the stage and takes the microphone from his teacher. Standing there, the crowd quiets down, and he thinks quickly. He looks up the box where his homeroom teacher is and says, "Thank you, Eraserhead," for the head up. He hears through the speakers his homeroom teacher's voice, "Asichdi, I knew I forgot something." The mic is still on Foo Dash. He turns back to his competition. "Well, all I have to say is for everyone to give their 100% and don't give up until the bell has rung, plus ultra." With that, the crowd cheers, and he gets down and stands with his class with some pats on his back. Midnight continues after that with the announcement of the first event. The obstacles race, and everyone immediately gets up and rushes to the gate where it begins. Grabbing Ochako by the hand, before she can leave, he tells her to wait. Trusting Izuku, she nods, but asks, "Are you just going to tear to the end?" Looking at her with a smile, what's the fun in that? With a bang, it starts, and the class body is crushed by the narrow exit. Looking ahead, he picks a spot at the end of the gate above the crowd of students. Tearing a hole, he motions her to go through it. She does so, and so does Siro, who saw them and decided to cheat with them. Shrugging, Izuku runs through himself and is now in a race. quirks going off left and right. He sprints to see the next obstacle, robots from the entrance exam. Without stopping, he sprints and does what he does best, rips and tears. He does not stop running as he faces a three-pointer head-on. Dodging the first swing, he gets into range and goes through the robot. Jumping out of the back like a horror movie for robots, he continues. Ahead, he sees a pair of 0 points and shudders at his near-death experience with them. He has too many of those to be healthy. Looking ahead, he sees Todoroki, freezes them both in an awkward way that they will collapse if someone is not careful. And such happens as he sees Todoroki run safety pass, but someone is still under the collapsing titans. Thinking quickly, he tears a hole right next to the student and pulls him through to safety. Seeing he is all right, he decided to be a PP to Todoroki. Getting on top of the 0-pointer, he sees Todoroki and tears a hole in front of him. Without a way to stop, the half-and-half boy runs through the portal. Now about 100 feet back, he glares at the only one who could have put him behind, but before that he sees the green-haired boy run through the same portal to where he was supposed to be. Running with the portal closes behind him, he sees the next obstacle, the pit. Without a second thought, he portal through and continues. The next obstacle was just a minefield. Looking ahead, he sees Katsuki close to the finish line, explosions keeping him in the air. Thinking of doing the same thing as he did to Todoroki, Izuku puts the portal exit in front of the minefield, then tears it open right in Katsuki way. Katsuki, though, did have a way to stop himself, but it only made it worse. Going through, he uses his quirk to stop himself from landing on the mines, but that set them off. After all, explosions and mines don't mix. With a loud pink boom, Katsuki goes flying out of control. With a mad cackle, he runs through the still open tear and right to the entrance of the end of the race. Walking like he was at the park, he meets the crowd of cheering onlookers with smile and waves. The first-place winner strolls to a nice patch of grass and sits down to wait. More and more of his classmates run through too, in particular ready to jump at Izuku. Katsuki ended up in 7th and Todoroki in 10th. They did not look happy, though Izuku didn't care all that much. With Ochako coming through, she plops down next to Izuku to rest. Finally, the 42nd place goes through and the next event is announced. The roulette wheel was about to land on Cavalry Battle when it went one spot further and landed on King of the Pillar. Midnight was confused at the change, but goes with it. King of the Pillar is simple enough. There will be pillars with the higher it is, the more points you earn. By the end of the round, the top 16 will enter the tournament. There are no teams, but teamwork is not discouraged. With that, Midnight walk off the stage, and Cementos creates pillars of cement, the tallest being 15 feet high, with many more below it. Looking at how they are arranged, one can see a way to get to the tallest pillar by either climbing or jumping from one to another. The pillars only have enough room for 2 to stand on top. Everyone began to scatter, and some began to make teams. Ochako stuck close to Izuku. Also looking around, she looked at Izuku and said, "Want to make a team in the sense we don't attack each if get on the same pillar." Izuku thought about it only for a moment before agreeing. After a little while, the countdown began for the round to begin. Many of his classmates made teams, but many others like Katsuki and Todoroki were alone. With the countdown hitting 1, Izuku tears a portal to the top pillar, Ochako going through first as always. They land on top to see a fight going on each pillar. Looking around, Izuku sees Todoroki propelled by an ice pillar head towards him with Katsuki not far behind. Katsuki gets to Izuku first with a shout and a curse to Izuku. He sends a powerful explosion toward his pillar. Tearing a portal to next to Katsuki, he redirects the blast back at him, sending him flying back. Next, Todoroki shows up and makes a slope of ice to get the pair off of the top. Ochako, with no way to stop, slides off but lands safely with her. Quirk. Izuku, on the other hand, stops himself by tearing into the slope with his hand. Trying to get back up, he sees Todoroki's foot headed right towards him. Instead, he decided to let go and land on a different pillar. He landed right in front of Kendo, the class rep of 1B. Without hesitation, she swings her large hand to slap Izuku away. Izuku, thinking quickly, puts his hand forward like a spear and tears it into her hand. Like getting a splinter, she jerks her hand away and shrinks it to see the damage. Only a small bleed like a splinter. Looking up, she sees Izuku grabbing her and throwing her off the pillar. Looking and seeing that she landed safely enough, he takes the next threat on. Every time he tries to go for the tallest pillar, Todoroki sends a mini glacier toward him. Getting frustrated, he doesn't see the same purple-haired student that declared war on his class gets to his pillar. Looking back, Izuku sees the insomniac try to push him off, but he was weak like he never exercised a day in his life. "Looks like your quirk saved you again. How lucky of you to get a strength quirk," he says with venom in his voice. "I'm not using my quirk," Izuku tries to say, but the other's quirk takes hold as soon as he tries to respond. Foggy but still aware around him, he hears the other say, "Get off my pillar." With no other option, he obeys. Jumping off, the shock of the landing jolts him awake. Looking up with an annoying look, he decided that no one gets the top pillar now. Getting to the base of the tallest pillar, he positioned himself just right so that when he brought it down, it would hit the one he just left. Ripping and tearing like he does, he shouts out, "Hey guys, what does a lumberjack say again?" Many heads turn to him and see what he is doing, getting out of the way so they don't get caught under the falling pillars. Many of his classmates shouted at him for being crazy BSDRD, others just screamed in general. With the pillar falling, he jumps on the closest and starts to climb. Digging his fingers into the pillar, he arrives to see Zero looking at the fallen pillars. Without a second thought, Sparta kicks him off and settles himself in. Only a few minutes later, the end of the round is announced. Looking at the leaderboard, he sees he is placed second with Todoroki first and Katsuki fourth. The third was surprisingly Ochako. Those training lessons must have helped her greatly. The tournament matches were next shown. Midoriya versus Shinso, Todoroki versus Zero Kani. Looking at the picture of Shinso, he sees it's the one who used his quirk to get him off the pillar. Heading over to Ochako, he congratulates her on doing well. With a smile that made him sure of his feelings for her, she responds, "Thanks, Izuku. It's all thanks to you. I can make it this far without struggling. Let's get some food." As she grabs his arm to head for the lunchroom. While eating with Ochako and some of his friends, he thinks of how Shinso's quirk works. Being the quirk nerd he is fascinated by some sort of mind-controlling quirk it only activates when he talks to Shinso or when enough time passes close by. If that proximity is the activation, then Izuku will need to end it quickly before it gets a hold of him, or if it's based on verbal or even nonverbal responses, then he will end it just as quickly. Izuku doesn't care that his opponent is from 1C, a non-hero class. He knows of quirks that appear to be non-combative and end up being dangerous in a fight. For example, his mother's quirk attraction of small objects. He has seen her use it hundreds of times to help her in the kitchen or simply to get a remote from the table. But Izuku has a theory that if an emergency came, like a threat to her life, she could use it in a deadly fashion. After all, what qualified a small object, organic or not, just like his quirk? Capillaries in the brain are small. But back to his thoughts on Shinso. Ignoring his quirk, he doesn't seem to have any way to fight. There is no muscle mass on his arms when he confronted Class 1A or when he caught Izuku with his quirk. Maybe too much reliance on his quirk, either way, and it quickly. Finally done with their food, Izuku and Ochako lean into each other unconsciously. Both lost in their thoughts about the future matches, Ochako's on how to fight Bakugo. Both are unaware of the snickering of their friends watching the two act like a couple. Mineta and Kaminari come into the lunch area with smiles on their faces. Some of their classmates see this and know they are up to something. Most notably a green-haired killing machine, but he will hold his judgment until he knows what he is dealing with. Going up to Yaoruzo, he says, "What are you girls going ready for the cheerleaders tournament? Shouldn't you have already changed?" The little slime ball says. After watching Mineta and Yaoruzo talk about this fake tournament to get the girls in his skimpy clothes, Izuku has had enough. Getting up and going to a window looking out into the arena, he spots the announcement booth. A boxed room on the other side, easily visible. With everyone's eyes on him, he rips a hole in space right into a one-sided conversation with President Mike doing all the talking to a large grub on the floor. Mike, never seeing the portal up close, screams like a girl, some say, but thankfully without his quirk. "Hey, Aizawa, is there some cheerleaders tournament coming up soon?" I figured since I'm a class rep, I would have known about it. Odd that Mineta is giving the news. Izuku says on the other side of the portal. With the feeling of impending doom, Mineta tries to run, but like in a horror movie, a tendril of white cloth grabs him from the opening of the portal and pulls him through. Seeing the little problem gone, he closes the tear and sits back with Ochako to rest for the upcoming fights. After a bit, the sound of present mic comes out and announces the start of the tournament in 15 minutes. Izuku headed down into the waiting room with a hug from Ochako for good luck and many pats on the back from his other classmates. While sitting there, he thinks of his feelings for Ochako and finally decided that he will ask her out, but after the tournament. Izuku doesn't want to distract her from her fights. With that decision, he focuses on his fight with Shinso, and it quickly. Ring out or knockout, that way his quirk can't activate. While in his thoughts, the intercom tells Izuku to go to the arena. Arriving at the entrance, he gets a bit nervous, all those eyes on his fight. Steeling himself, he powers through and walks out to fight, staring right at him as his opponent, across the ring. Midnight began to set the rules of the fights. Lose by knockout, ring out, or tap out. No lethal attacks, as Izuku feels Midnight look at him slightly longer. Not taking offense, he sets himself ready to charge at Shinso. With the end of the rules, the purple-haired boy began to talk. Must be nice to a powerful quirk like yours. A golden spoon in your mouth the day you got your quirk. Never having to fight to get what you want. He says with a sneer on his face. Gritting his teeth at the thrown insults, he waits for the start. Shinso doesn't know what he worked for, or how hard he trained. So he will show him what it is to fight someone who got into the hero course instead of him who relied on his quirk. Start. Midnight yells. Without giving any sort of response, he runs towards him. Shinso backs away, but not fast enough. Throwing more insults, he ignores them and goes into a trance. When he goes into unconscious, it happened when the dog was mauling his leg and the USJ against that monster. All he thinks is fight, so without a word said, Izuku grabs a sloppy punch Shinso through and sweeps his feet from under him to pin his arm for a tap out. With his face on the ground, he tries one more insult, but nothing. Feeling his arm ready to break, he gives up. The first round goes to Izuku Midoriya. She yells as Izuku helps Shinso up. My quirk was weak when it appeared, and so was my body. I trained both endlessly for being a hero. Martial arts based around grappling. Did you do anything similar? As he got Shinso on his feet, without waiting for a response, he walked away. Getting up at the stands for his class, he was greeted by congratulations and cheers. He sat down when Ochako waved him over next to her. Watching the matches was interesting. Todoroki and Siro's match ended with a glacier. Mina and Aoyama fight was all right with her uppercutting him. And finally Ochako's fight came up, walking her down to the waiting room. Sitting down, she says, "It's going to be a tough fight, isn't? Less a question and more a statement." He nods and tells her, "Give it all you've got. That's the way to improve, that's the way to win." With the intercom announcement of the beginning of her match, he hugs her and gives her his best smile. "Kick butt out there," he says with her smiling back. As she goes, he stays back at the entrance until she is up on the arena. He tore a hole to the stand to get the best view and scaring his classmates in the process. Watching as it started, he hopes for the best. The match was a one-sided beatdown. Only Katsuki was able to land hits and keep her at a distance. But she didn't give up. She kept getting up every time. Then she began to throw rubble. Without gravity, they tore through the air. With the smoke in the air, she was throwing blind, but some hit. Two especially hard hit Katsuki, one hitting his knee and making him fall to his other knee in pain. The other is on his temple, right above his eyebrow, right in the place where it bleeds right into your eye. Reeling from the last hit, Ochako uses it as an opportunity to get close to Katsuki, but like a wild animal, he lashes out with a powerful explosion toward the sound of her footsteps. Shooting up to his feet, he looks down to see if he can spot her. Worry filled him more and more until he spots her. Getting back up, struggling to get back to her feet. He was immensely proud of her. Midnight was shouting to see if Ochako could still fight, but didn't look like she wanted her to continue. Ochako waved Midnight off and charged at Katsuki again, but only stumbled a few feet in until she was passed out. Katsuki only sneered and looked up at the stand to look right into Izuku's eyes. With a cruel glint in his eyes, he walked to get patched up and ready for his next match. Seeing Ochako loaded up on the stretcher, headed to the infirmary, Izuku followed, where it was going bumping into Katsuki on the way. Not even looking at him, Izuku walks past him. Katsuki, getting angry at this, says, "That beach didn't stand a chance, and neither will you." That got Izuku to turn and look into Katsuki's eyes. When the bomber looked into those eyes, he saw the seething anger and promise of pain. Without saying a word, he continued to see his crush. Arriving and seeing her banged up and awake took a weight off his shoulders. She doesn't look into his eyes. Leaving the healing station, Izuku pulls her aside. "Are you all right?" He says, worried that she is still hurt. Saying something that he couldn't hear, he asks her to repeat herself. "I lost," she says with a sad voice, still not looking at him. Still not looking at her closest friend and crush, she feels his arms wrap around her, and he says, "You did great out there. You almost had him with that last hit. That was a brilliant plan, using the rubble. I'm so proud of you." Crying, she looks up at him. "You're not mad that I lost, even with all that training you gave me." Squeezing her in his arms, "No, that was a bad matchup, and even then you almost had him. You did great." With a smile to reassure her. More tears came out of her eyes as she hugged back, relieved that Izuku didn't think less of her. She knew Izuku wouldn't, but that little voice in her head didn't stop its whispers. A bit after her tears stopped, he steeled himself for the nth time that day. "Ochako, do you want to go with me?" Not looking at her in his arms, feeling an intense heat on his face. Ochako pulled away and looked at Izuku. Rushing back into his arms, he hears a muffled yes come from his chest. The rest of the class wonders where the two, not a couple, are when they hear a tear and look over to see the two walk out of the portal holding hands. Freezing when they see all their classmates' eyes on them. The girls, specifically Hagakure and Mina, squeal and grab Ochako, while some of the guys pat Izuku with smiles. "Ho-ho, looks like you're getting closer," Kirishima says with a sharp smile. "The ladies' man you are," Sato says, stroking his invisible beard like an old wise man. With Shoji and Tokoyami in their seats, giving their silent support. Thanking them all for their word of encouragement, Izuku looks at the match going on and sees Kaminari held upside down by vines. A blonde head pops over the divider for Class 1A and 1B. "Looks like it's our win. How does it feel to get kicked off your pedestal?" Manoma says with a haughty sneer. The class ignores him in favor of talking to the two love birds. As he was going to say something else, he was knocked out, and another head pops out to apologize, but sees no one even paying attention. The class settles down with Izuku and Ochako next to each other holding hands. Izuku analysis each match, and Ochako happy that she didn't have to make the first move. The match is processed with Izuku's predictions coming true. Ida's match was hard to tell, but he won by default. In the end, it was Izuku and Todoroki fight next. Getting up and leaving with a good luck kiss on his cheek by Ochako, he left with a goofy smile. On his way to the waiting room, Endeavor turns the corner and sees his son's next opponent. Izuku never liked the number 2 hero, too aggressive and no care the people he saves. "Izuku Midoriya, you are the one who fought that beast at the USJ. You will be a good stepping stone for Shudo. Make sure you put up a good fight." As he says to Izuku, as he was walking past the boy, he says with his good mood gone, "I fought and killed that beast meant for All Might, if that's what you mean. And don't worry, I'll make sure I'll put up a good fight." As he stares up at the hero, getting angry, Endeavor reaches out to grab the boy, but Izuku grabs onto his hand faster than he could react, tearing his fingers into the so-called hero's wrist and drawing BLD. "You remind me of Katsuki, thinking himself God." What would the press think of the number 2 hero attempting to rig the match for his son by burning his opponent? As says with a cold voice and deadly look in his eye, pulling his hand back to stop the bleeding of the 5 wounds on his wrist. He takes another look at the boy in front of him and sees great potential and greater danger. Huffing, he turns and leaves, not wanting to cause a bigger mess. He will keep an eye on him, making sure Endeavor didn't try anything. He waits and sees him turn a corner. Looking at his hand and bloody fingers, he thinks if that is how he is with a stanger, what is he like to his son? Wiping his hands clean in his pants, he walks out to the arena. Ready to fight, he sees Todoroki across from him. Decided to make some banter, he says, "Your father isn't but. Is he that bad at home too?" Only loud enough for Todoroki to hear. The spit-haired boy, surprised at what his opponent just said, nodded, wondering what Endeavor did to make Izuku say that. Looked up at the stands and spotted his father with a bandaged wrist that wasn't there before, then to Izuku. Spotting BLD on his pants, he can only wonder what transpired. "I will not hold back, and I don't think you should either if you want to win," Izuku says as he prepares himself for the fight. "I will win with only my mother's ice," Todoroki says with finality. Fine, then Izuku will just need to make him see that he is holding himself back. With that, Midnight shouts fight. Todoroki started with a wave of ice. Taking a chance, Izuku tore a portal in front of him to next to Todoroki. The ice user, seeing the portal appear, dodges as he stops the ice. Looking back at where the other end of the portal is, he sees it close with Izuku out of sight. Not getting a chance to look back, he feels a hard punch to his ribs. Izuku jumped through the portal as Todoroki dodged to get close, and it worked like a charm. Now in close combat, Izuku got to show how good he was. But he didn't want to win. Not yet. Only when Todoroki uses his fire will he go for the win. Staggering back from a hit, Todoroki sends another wave of ice toward his opponent. Izuku, already prepared for the attack, jumps over it and runs to Todoroki, the cold biting his hands whenever he touched it. Hopefully, he didn't get frostbite like he thinks Todoroki will if he doesn't use his fire. The youngest Todoroki, seeing his attack fail, prepared to fight in close combat, something he is not confident in because of the close combat specialist running right at him. Covering his chest and fist in ice for some armor, he bracers himself. Izuku saw the armor and didn't think anything of it. It would only take a moment to tear it off of him. The icy gauntlet, though, if he gets hit by that, would not be good. Getting up close, he dodges a jab from Todoroki and grabs the icy fist. Before he could tear it apart, ice began to crawl toward him on the floor. Jumping back, he observed Todoroki for a moment before looking at the ice spikes he sent to Izuku in the first attack. Just going by the smile on Izuku's face, Todoroki should have been worried. Spotting what he wanted, he tore the sleeves of his gym uniform, exposing his toned arms. Wrapping the sleeves around the tip of the spike and breaking it off, he made himself a club, quickly doing the same to another. He ran at Todoroki with 2 icy clubs. With a flurry of swings, his opponent began to retreat. Not being able to get close, he shot more ice at Izuku, but he worked HRD on his speed and mobility. "How can you beat ice? Fire sounds pretty good to me. Why don't you use it?" Izuku said as he continues to swing at him. "I'll win with my ice only," he said with a shiver, getting more and more sluggish with every ice wave sent. "You're getting slow. Use your fire and fight me," the club user said with more swings, breaking Todoroki's chest armor in the process than his gauntlet of ice. As Todoroki was swinging his arm to send more ice to Izuku, it was hit by one of the clubs. Shouting out in pain, he looked at the injury and is certain that it is broken. "Show me your fire, Todoroki. Show me it and fight," Izuku shouted as he backed away, ready to charge in for another flurry of swings. He really didn't know to use clubs or any kind of weapon, but he has grown attached to clubby and bludgeon. Hearing Izuku's voice, he realized it is fire, not Endeavor's. He is right, he is holding himself back. Firing a blast of fire right at Izuku, he gets ready for the fight. Izuku, seeing the flames rushing at him, can only smile and also use his clubs as a shield. Getting pushed back, he looked at his new friends and only see the melting handles. "Clubby, bludgeon, my comrades. UBSDRD," he said as he rushed at Todoroki with a smile that could only be described as battle-hungry. Realizing that he couldn't get close without getting burnt to a crisp, he began to tear portals not close to Todoroki, but around him, not knowing where Izuku would pop out of. Todoroki began to burn the air and freeze the ground to make an explosion. Izuku knows what happens when you introduce hot and cold, began to run for cover. Behind one of the waves of the ice spikes out of view of everyone, he tore into the arena floor to dig his trench or his grave. Laying flat, he waited for the explosion with his hand anchoring himself in his shallow trench. With a deafening boom, the blast cleared everything off the arena. Everyone in the stand also pushed back. Ochako stood up worried for her soon-to-be boyfriend. Aizawa, in the announcement booth, also was a bit worried for his favorite student, but relaxed when he spotted something odd about the arena. Todoroki was a bit shocked at how strong that was and looked at Midnight. Why was she not calling the match? Midoriya wouldn't have been able to stay in, and he sees nothing in the arena, worried that he might have injured him heavily with that blast. Izuku's plan worked. He was still in. Tearing his fingers out of the ground, he peeked over the trench and spots Todoroki with his back towards him. Getting up and rushing at him, Izuku got a hand on his neck and one on his uninjured arm, his fire side. Death blow, he said in his mind, a small habit from his martial arts when he got a grip on his opponent. Even if the match wasn't called at the time, he knew he had won. Pinning him facing down, Izuku sees his opponent is tired. Do you yield? Izuku says to Todoroki below him. Yes, I yield, he said as Izuku falls off of him to rest on the floor. With the audience cheering on, they lay there side by side. The first to speak was Todoroki. How did you stay in the area? Izuku looked at him and then pointed to the shallow trench he dug. I kept myself lower than the blast, and it went over me. Sorry about your arm, he said as he pushed himself to a sitting position. It's fine, and thank you for opening my eyes, Todoroki said with a small smile. As they got up to go to the medical center, getting patched up and arriving at the stands for his class, they were bombarded with shouts of congratulations and good match. Ochako, of course, gave him a big hug and congratulated him on the win. They soon settled down for the next matches. They went on with Ida winning his match against Miss Vines, Tokoyami moving up after beating Ishido, and of course, Katsuki beat Kirishima with a barrage of explosions. Meanwhile, Izuku sat up there next to Ochako eating popcorn out of a bucket she got. He soon got up and went to his next match against Ida. With a wave, Ochako sent him off. Izuku only had one plan against Ida, but it should work well. Walking out to fight the speedster, he shouted out, "May the best man win," as he lowered himself into a ready position. Ida shouted back, "Of course," and they started. Izuku, wasting no time, tore a hole behind Ida and right to the edge of the ring. Quickly, he grabbed a handful of ground and tore it up, keeping it in his hand. Ida turned and saw Izuku at the edge and ran to him, thinking a good kick would push him out, but as he got close, Izuku threw the rubble in his hand at his face. Blinded, Ida kicked without being able to see his opponent. Izuku, of course, planned for this and dodged as Ida sailed over him out of the ring. After Izuku helped Ida clean his eyes out, they headed back to the stands, but Ida split off, getting a call. Izuku thought nothing of it and waited for his next match, already knowing it's against Katsuki. Tokoyami is strong with Dark Shadow, but Izuku knows his weakness is light. An explosion causes a lot of light. Ochako came down to the waiting room with him and just chatted. It's incredible that they clicked so well together ever since they met at the gates of UA. They chatted until the final fight was announced. Ochako hugged him. Knowing Izuku didn't like Katsuki one bit, told him, "Please be careful." Izuku looked at her and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll end it quickly, then we can get something to eat together." Tearing a portal to the stands for her, she walked through and he closed it. Walking out to the ring, he looked at Katsuki and the blonde sneered back. "Ready to lose, Deku," he said as he lowered himself. Izuku hated that word. That's why he will end it in the way Katsuki will hate even more. Because when Aizawa gave him an assignment to get more locations to portal to, Izuku also found places he wanted Save to go to. Places like the beach, a nice clearing in the woods next to a river, 20 feet under the water in the ocean. So when a match started, Izuku didn't move until Katsuki was too close to dodge properly. He tore a wide hole, and to that place he swam under the water. Katsuki first saw the portal begin to open, so he began to move, but he was hit with water, salt water to be precise. With the pressure of the ocean, a torrent of salt water washed Katsuki away, and with his sweat rinsed off, he couldn't escape. Izuku knew Katsuki Quirk inside and out. Growing up close to him, he had many plans to beat Katsuki. One was just to get rid of his sweat. Seeing Katsuki wash out of the ring, he smiled, but winces slightly at the many fish getting sucked into the hole in the ocean. Closing it after making sure Katsuki was out, he looked at Midnight. She was looking at all the water and the quiet audience. With a shout, Izuku Midoriya wins the sports festival. The crowd exploded with sound and cheers. With a smile, he headed out. Before that, he heard Katsuki curse at him. "I refuse to lose to a loser like you. I'll kill you." As he charged at Izuku. The green-haired boy expected this, but not while on live TV. But that didn't stop Izuku grabbing Katsuki's arm as he swung with small cracking from new sweat coming in and pinned him down. One hand on Katsuki's wrist and one on his neck, just like Todoroki, but a bit more force was used as Izuku held him down. The crowd was shocked at Katsuki's behavior, while Midnight rushed to stop the fight from escalating. Seeing a thrashing Katsuki under Izuku, she tore at her costume and released her quirk. A lavender mist came out of the two boys. Izuku, seeing this, held his breath and got off Katsuki. The feral blonde, only eyes on Izuku, didn't see the mist and breathed it in, falling asleep and falling to the ground unconscious. Aizawa, in the announcement booth, saw this and was furious at Bakugo behavior, especially since it was aired worldwide. Many heroes immediately retracted their offers for Bakugo, and in a dark bar, they saw how well he would fit into their little group. He was lifted onto a stretcher and taken away, while Izuku thought of what would happen to him. He was dragged out of his thoughts by Midnight, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Are you all right? Injured anywhere?" she asked, forgoing her usual style of speaking, and instead using a more motherly voice. "I'm all right, thank you," Izuku responded as she nodded, and then told him the award ceremony would be held in a bit. Deciding to be a bit lazy, he tore a portal to the class, stands to greet his classmates. Walking through, he was greeted by a big hug from Ochako, an excited exclamation about where all that water came from. Explaining, "I thought it was a good idea to have a portal to about 20-ish feet under the surface of the beach we went to, in case I needed to put out a fire or something." "That's pretty cool. Why didn't you use it on Todoroki or someone else during the festival?" Kaminari asked. "I wanted it for a grand finale and then it wouldn't be my trump card anymore," Izuku said while still being held by Ochako. "Well, it worked pretty well on Bakugo, a bit too well," Kirishima said, looking at the flooded arena. "Thinking if salt water kills the grass or not, it probably does." Soon after, the finalists were called down to the pedestals. But two were present: Izuku and Tokoyami. Ida left for a family matter, and Bakugo still hasn't been seen since being carted off the arena. But the crowd didn't let that stop the noise as Midnight introduced All Might for the medals. Arriving dramatically, the crowd only got louder as AM gave the bird-headed boy his medal with some words of encouragement. Many didn't notice him tearing up, but Izuku did as he heard a small sniffle from the boy. Izuku didn't judge, of course, since he comes from a family of pro-criers. AM moved up to him and gave him his first-place medal. "Well done, my boy. You have shown determination and a bright mind with your way of combat, fighting with strategy in each round. The most dangerous opponent is one that has a plan," he said with a pat on Izuku's shoulder, only with a few tears leaking past Izuku's eyes. His mother probably flooded their home by now. Turning to the crowd, AM thanked them for coming to support and jumped away. Izuku headed off with Tokoyami as they chatted about their performance and fights with Dark Shadow, putting in their comments every once in a while. They got to their class at UA and got to their seats. Aizawa already in the class waiting for his students to sit. Notably, Bakugo was not in the class, but no one said anything or just thought he was expelled. "Well done, all of you. You have shown that UA knows what it's doing and knows how to teach its student. You can head on home. We are done for today. Be careful on your way home." As he walked out, headed to a rat's nest or his boss's office for a talk with a certain student. This will be the second strike, one more chance, and he will be expelled. The students all got changed back into their cloth and headed out. Izuku texted his mom that he was dropping Ochako off at her apartment. "Ready," Izuku said as she walked out of the locker room. "Yes, I'm so tired and hungry. By the way, what did you want to do for our date?" As she hooked his arm with hers. Stopping to tear a portal, he responded, "I've got a good idea. They walked through to her front door. What you are not going to tell me. While unlocking the door, she looked behind him at two pairs of eyes charging at them. Screaming in surprise, Izuku turned to tear apart what scared her only to see two people, a man and a woman. Mom, Dad, what are you doing here? You scared the CRP out of me. Izuku calmed down. It's only my parents. As she patted him down, she went to greet and hug them as they all turned to Izuku, standing there awkwardly. Her mother spoke first. Oh, who might this be? Is this the Izuku you always talk about over the phone? She said, looking at her daughter with a devious smile. Getting a bad feeling, she looked at Izuku for help, but her dad is already talking to him. So you're the Izuku that Ochako talks about. You don't seem that strong. Crossing his arms while looking at him, Izuku looked at him and thought about both the USJ and the first place medal still hanging on his chest. Well, I can't lift the car, but I sure can tear it apart. If that's what you mean. He said, not backing down. Her father stared at him for a moment, before smiling and extending his hand to shake. I'm Makaru Uraraka. Mako is fine. Nice to see some spine on you. As they greeted each other in the way men do. Looking at Ochako, Izuku sees her getting teased by her mother. Her father goes over and pulls her wife away so they can go inside. Izuku, ready to leave, is stopped by the mother. Where are you going? Come in. We brought food. As she pulled Izuku by the sleeve, with a smile that reminded him of his mother when Ochako and the class visited. I'm Kana, but it seems that you will be calling me mother-in-law pretty soon. As she smiled at him in a way that gave him trepidation. He was pulled in and sat down as the parents put out food to eat. Izuku just accepted that he was going to eat with them and sat down with Ochako next to him. In the end, they had a nice meal, chatting about the festival and how the school year was going. By then, Izuku was more relaxed, meeting his girlfriend's parents. Getting up to leave, he told them he needed to head out to talk to his mother as well. The Uraraka all got up to see him off. Izuku, not thinking anything, hugged Ochako. I'll pick you up tomorrow. I'll message you a time later. Izuku felt her hug back and then freeze as he remembered who else was in the room. Kana was grinning in such a way that he was ready to run. Makaru asked, What do you mean? Pick her up tomorrow? Ochako, what's the meaning of this? Izuku just turned and tore a portal to his living room and walked Thursday, letting Ochako take this one. Before the portal closed, he heard, Izuku, I swear if Y dash, she'll be fine. Turning to greet and get soaked by his mother's tears. The weekend after the sports festival was short but fun. After talking to Ochako and talking about a good time for their date, Izuku prepared the basket for the picnic he planned. Izuku's mom was, of course, teasing him the whole time. For what he heard from Ochako, her parent did the same. Her father only approves because of seeing and hearing how strong Izuku was. Also, saving their daughter twice put him in Mako's good graces. It was a simple but nice picnic. A nice trail in the woods led them to an area that Izuku used for training and cleared out for this moment. Ochako came in a nice sundress, while Izuku was in a darker button-up shirt. They had a nice time talking about nothing and everything. About the reason Ochako wanted to be a hero or how good and cheap the school's food was. Once it started to get dark in the clearing in the woods, they decided to pack up and call it a night. Tearing a portal to drop off the picnic basket, Izuku walked her home. Arm in arm, they stayed together until her doorstep with a kiss goodbye. They separated. The whole weekend after the sports festival, they spent talking and being next to each other. Easy for Izuku to tear a portal to her front door. Ochako got comfortable being at Izuku's house, like a third home. Inko, of course, already is treating her like an in-law, much to their embarrassment. Finally, the day to return to school came after a night of staying up too late while being on the phone with Ochako. The morning came with the ringing of his phone, waking him, someone calling him. Thinking it was his girlfriend, greeting him a good morning, he picked it up with a smile on his face. Izuku, we're going to be late, where are you? Came from the other end of the line. Fully awake now, he looks at the clock to see he overslept and was supposed to portal to Ochako to walk to school. Jumping out of bed, he tears a portal to her living room, forgetting that he sleeps without a shirt and in his underwear. Ochako ran through only to freeze on the other side, going bright red. She didn't even try to hide her wandering gaze. I overslept, sorry. What is it? As Izuku rushed about in his room to grab clothes, seeing her looking at him, he looks down to see only his sleepwear. With a gasp of slight embarrassment, he covers himself up with his hands. Pervert, he says with mock outrage, knocking her out of her state. Sorry. Wait, you are the one who brought me here. As she ran out the door of his room, while averting her gaze only half-heartedly. Finished up changing, he ran to the living room without a tie, of course, around his neck. Ochako quickly tied it and said, Aizawa is going to be pissed we are late. Looking at the clock, only 1 minute before the bell. No, Izuku decided as she finished his tie and tore a portal to the hallway where 1A door stood. Both running through, they see Aizawa at the other end, walking, then stops, spotting the two running. Izuku and Ochako also freeze like deer in headlights. Aizawa just looked at both of them, then looked at the clock on the wall near him. 876. Hearing him count down, Izuku grabs Ochako's hand and sprints to the door. Banging it open to the startled classmates in their seats, they vault into their own and sit just as Aizawa walks in. Welcome back. Nice to see you all in your seats and ready for today. As his gaze lasts just a millisecond longer on Izuku and Ochako, he goes on to explain the internships, and depending on how well they did in the sports festival or if a hero took interest, they will receive offers to join them for a week. Showing their offers to the class had them talking. Over 5,000 for Todoroki, a little over 3,000 for Izuku, and so on with Bakugo only receiving under 500. Why did Midobro get less than Todoroki even though he got first? No offense, Todoroki. Todoroki waved it off and replied, because of the name. Many just want to be attached to the number 2 hero. Looking much more relaxed compared to before the festival. And the reason I didn't get as many offers is probably that they saw how ready I was to use the main part of my quirk to rip something apart. Izuku said, not bothered by it. Getting their packets of offers, Izuku noticed that Katsuki was more quiet than normal. His normal, at least. He must have gotten in trouble for what he pulled at the final match. His homeroom teacher then goes on to say to choose one and backups before the week and passing on the responsibility of hero names to the person slamming the door open. Midnight strolled in with her WHB in hand. Passing out whiteboards to present their names to the class, they got to work. Conversing with Ochako for names, he decided on one and waited. Ochako also had a name thought up. He thought it was great, but he is biased. With everyone bringing up their whiteboards, some are great like Froppy and Anima. Others not so much. King Murder Explosion and I Cannot Stop Twinkling, to name the main ones. After Ochako gave her name to the class, he went up with the name shown. The hands-on hero, Rip and Tear. He said proudly, Are you sure you want that name? Sure, it's your quirk's name, but it seems brutish. Midnight asked, looking at the name in thought. My quirk will always be brutal, and I will lean on that. There's a reason I never use my quirk on anyone in the festival, but if it comes to it, I will rip and tear until it's done. Villains will be more accepting to surrender once I get that going. He said with a smile that could rival the sun. What bloodthirsty words with such a nice smile. So manly, he heard whispered as he took his seat, already knowing who said it. By the end, only 3 went by their given names. Katsuki, Tenya, and Shoto. After the naming, the next class started but just turned into a study hall for them to read their offers. But Izuku's mind was on something else, food. In his rush to leave for the bell, he didn't eat. While everyone was looking at their offers, he tore a portal to the little shop he always goes to when he was cleaning the beach. Grabbing some snacks to hold him off, he closes the portal and opens another to the cash register to pay. The owner, already used to Izuku and his way of getting food, checks him out without even a second glance. Retracting his acquired food, he cheers for his stealth mission only to spot Ochako staring at him suspiciously. Keeping eye contact, he slowly opens a bag of sweetbread and takes a big bite of it. All the while she gives him a look that only be translated as gimme some. So tearing another portal only to her desk, he drops another sweetbread, knowing she would probably want some. Mina, of course, caught the interaction and threw an eraser at Izuku to get his attention and in turn his food. Only Mina wasn't the best at being discretion, hitting Izuku's desk, bouncing off, and then hitting the sleeping caterpillar in the face on the ground. Mina went pale, Izuku froze mid-bite, and Aizawa opened his eyes to see the problem child eating food he was sure he didn't bring in, then to Uraraka also eating the same bread to Mina pale-faced. Puzzling it out wasn't hard, and he wanted bread too. "Do you have enough for the whole class, problem child?" He sat still on the floor, taking a sec to process and then respond. "Yep, 1 minute." As he stood and tore a hole to the same shop to get enough for the whole class and his teacher. Coming back to class with a bag of sweetbread, he first gave one to Aizawa, coffee-flavored of course. A hand appeared out of the bag to take it and disappear into the darkness. Izuku threw the rest out to his classmates, and with "thank you" in return, throwing one only slightly harder than the other to Mina. Hitting her in the face, she took it while mouthing sorry with a smile on her face. After that was done, he sat down to eat and looked through his offers. Many are from small heroes, but a few were eye-catching. Surprisingly, Endeavor sent one, even after threatening him and making him bleed. The bell rang for the next class. During lunch, he grabbed some food and sat down with Ochako sitting next to him. Most of his class sat down at the same table, Todoroki being one of the first. Happy that he joins, he smiled at him and ate while looking still through the offers. Leaning toward each other, Ochako ate and chatted while Izuku ate and looked. "When are you going to start dating?" the ever-blunt frog said, while looking at the Ochako, trying to steal his food. Most of the class looked at them for a response. Everyone in the class already knew they would end up together. Izuku, without looking up from defending his food, said, "We already are. This weekend, I took her out." Then, noticing the silence, he looked up, realized what he said, and remembered he didn't discuss with Ochako whether to keep it private or not. Most of the class nodded to this, as to say makes sense. The more gossiping type like Mina and Hagakure squealed and took Ochako away to the end of the table with the other girls for girl talk. Seeing Ochako smiling at him made him relax. The more social guys, of course, gave him the guy nod of nice. After getting settled and finishing his food, he found a name he wasn't expecting, Mirko. She hasn't taken an internship ever, and Izuku wouldn't think that she would ever send one to him. But he could see what he could learn from her, and also he could see that he was somewhat bloodthirsty in his way of fighting. Maybe that's what got her attention. Either way, he has his choice. After finishing his paper to turn in for his internship, he started to pack up. Seeing Ida leaving first with a look on his face reminded him of Ida's brother getting crippled by the hero killer stain. He should probably talk to him as a class representative. Finishing up, he quickly caught up with Ida to see how he was doing. "Hey, Ida, got a moment?" Izuku said as he walked up to the square boy. "Sure, what is it you need?" he said stiffly. It was hard to tell if it was normal stiff or not. Pulling him into a private area to speak, Izuku said, "So where are you planning to go for internships?" He decided to break the ice first. "I'm going with the pro hero Manuel. I hope to learn much from him. And also, if you wish to speak about my brother, don't worry, I'm fine," he said, cutting off the next question Izuku was going to ask. He then quickly said that he needed to leave and did so. Izuku only barely caught a glimpse of anger on his face before he left. Ochako so caught up with him and asked him what that was about. Telling her about his brother put her in a gloomy mood. He could sympathize. Who knows what he would do if someone like Stain would hurt his mother or Ochako. Putting it out of his mind, he went to the teacher's lounge with his girlfriend to turn in his paperwork. She asked him who he ended up selecting. When he told her, she flipped out, jealous that he got to go with Mirko, and who knows what else she began to ramble about. The Battle Rabbit is Ochako's second favorite hero. Ochako ended up going with Gunhead. She wanted more combat training to add to what Izuku gave her. After waking up a sleeping caterpillar once more, they left to have dinner at Izuku's house. Inko, of course, told. Reed ordered to come over every night for dinner when she found out about being alone in her apartment. Izuku was more than happy to portal her anytime she wanted. The week went by quickly, and now the class is meeting up at the train station to go their separate ways. Izuku tried to talk to Ito again, but was more firm about being okay. Not being able to do anything, he went to his girlfriend. After giving a big hug goodbye to his girlfriend, Jiro said in the background with a teasing smile, "It's not like he's going off to war." They got on their trains and left for their mentors for the week. Soon he was in front of a small building, Going in, he saw only a reception desk with a woman sitting there, asking about the internships, and introduced himself. As he was going to shake her hand, Izuku had a bad feeling and dove backward. A loud crack was heard as he got back up for a fight with a villainous ambush. Dust was everywhere from the broken ground, and in the newly formed crater was an outline of a person. With instincts that he honed for years, he didn't hesitate to neutralize the target and keep the lady behind the desk safe until a hero showed up. Dashing forward as to attack from the front, he tore a portal to the person's side closest to the receptionist. Sprinting faster than he ever did, he went to grab the person before anything escalated, but the ambusher dodged out of his grasp by millimeters. Still in the dust cloud, he could not see his opponent, so he tore a portal to UA's front gates and yelled at the receptionist to go to safety, only to see the lady calm, like she was expecting this. She must be part of the plan. Backing away from the person in the dust and the so-called receptionist, he waited in a defensive position, not knowing their quirks. The one in the dust must have some sort of physical enhancement quirk, and the other he couldn't say. Just as he was going to make a portal to the physical assailant's neck, he heard, "All right, that's good." A woman's voice came to him. Dropping low and ready for something to come at him, he saw the one in the dusk walk forward with their hands on their hips. "You are one of the few that make my animal instincts say to avoid, and only very few. Make those come up after I train them to be quiet." Mirko came out of the dust with a grin on her face that could split her head. Izuku saw his mentor of the week come out relaxed. "We are going to have a lot of fun this week," she said as she looked him over. So this was a test of sorts. Still waiting for an attack. All his senses at 100%. "Yeah, I wanted to see what you were made of after hearing you're the one who killed the AM killer and won the festival. So far, so good. Grab your bag. Your room is down the hallway on the second floor, first door on the left. Get changed into some sportswear and get ready to train." The eager smile never left her face. Izuku finally relaxed and went to grab his hero's suit and bag. He noticed the receptionist's apologetic face and somewhat worried glacé at Mirko. After the boy left, Mirko let her shoulders relax and took in a breath. The receptionist, her friend, approached her. "Did you really mean that about your instincts?" He did seem fast, but not that threatening. She asked as she looked into her face, noticing her eyes wide and alert for dangers. "Oh yes, from what I read on his file from UA, he is extremely dangerous in close combat and very fast. His quirk makes him a killing machine. All he needs is to grab you, and now you're missing that part of your body." When I read about the USJ and how the teachers found him, the rabbit said while trying to comb her hair that wouldn't stay down. And my body is telling me to stay away from those hands when I dodged them earlier. I did not make that choice. That was fight or flight, and my body chose flight after all these years of being a hero. Sending a text to Ochako that he made it to his internship to let her know he made it safely. Quickly changing into something he exercised and he went back to the lobby, but bumped into Mirko. She led him to a large gym downtown. She asked questions about his quirk and his fighting style, telling her everything in hopes that he could improve in any way. "Your quirk, you need to think of tearing something to work. Why not use your legs, or why not your whole body?" Tilting her head in question. "Believe me, I've tried to use it all over my body, thinking I could be an unstoppable juggernaut, tearing anything that touched my body. But no, only my hand," as he made a grabby motion with his hands. Accepting this, she moved on. "What about your portal ability? I noticed you use both your hands to open it. Did you ever try just one hand, maybe quicker?" As she started to stretch. That gave Izuku pause. He probably could. So he tried it. Tearing his hand into the air, he felt space tear into a portal. He wouldn't be able to go through it, but his hand would be easy to slip in. This just made reaching his target easier. One hand tears a portal, the other reaches for the death blow. Remember that he used both hands to open portals? He tried to open another with his other hand, but like any other time, he tried to open another portal while one was already open, the oldest one closed. Shame. Mirko watched all this go on, only with a slight shiver. He learns things quickly and is smart if what his file said was true. Smart, dangerous, and willing to use lethal force. Scary. She wonders if he is single. After experimenting with Quirk for a bit, Mirko told him to prepare for a spar. Izuku got excited, a chance to fight Mirko. He will most likely lose, but he learned to most when he fought for real. A few hours later, a sweaty Izuku was kneeling on the ground, trying to get air into his lungs. After many losses and one close win, they separated to call it. The last fight lasted the longest, with Izuku dodging and weaving trying to land a hand on Mirko. They make a rule: if Izuku landed a hand on any part of Mirko, that part of the body would be out of the game. On the arm, can't use the arm. Leg, only one leg rabbit. A vital part, win for Izuku. The match ended with a kick to his chest, and Mirko a leg down, but he would have lost anyways from exhaustion. He loved every fight. He wanted to get faster and better. He wanted to be the best to save the most. After catching his breath, he looked up to see his mentor also looking tired. Not as much as he is, though. All right, that's enough. Let's get something to eat and cleaned up. Then we can head out to patrol. Helping up the sweaty boy. After a hot shower, they ate and got changed into their hero suits. Izuku was excited about his updated one. Opening the case showed his helmeted visor. Same as the original, just with an updated HUD system. The rest was new. A green metallic chest armor that covered just under his pecs with interlocking small metal armor for his abs. Green pauldron covered his shoulder down to his biceps, still a full range of mobility. His legs were entirely covered, not one part exposed. Patches of the green armor covered his thighs and calves. Once he was suited up, he looked at himself in the mirror. He was intimidating as F, with a capital F. Talking a picture and sending it to Ochako and his mom, he headed off with his helmet off to meet with Mirko. She whistled in appreciation once she saw his armor. After a quick spar to test its mobility, he was set. Why no gloves or something? When they finished their sparring, then I would go through them with my quirk. I tried to use them once, but they kept on getting torn apart, he said while moving all about to test its full range of motion. It was only a bit heavier than his old suit and gave him more armor. Once ready, they headed out of her small office building. He told her that he wanted to visit the hospital in the area to have somewhere to portal for the injured they encounter. Agreeing to this, she jumped up to the roof and yelled behind him to keep up. A quick portal. Then he was running on the roof behind Mirko. Oh, yeah, I permit you to use your quirk anytime necessary while you're under my care. They're now but is covered, and yours too. She yelled over her shoulder as they neared the hospital. Having a hospital ER in his waypoints for his portal, they started to jog along the rooftops to find trouble. They soon found it. A mugging was going down in an alleyway. Only one guy was pointing a knife at a woman and trying to get her stuff. His mentor looked at the situation and then looked at Izuku. She waved at him as if to say, all yours. Izuku was happy too. Dropping down behind the mugger like a brick coming from outer space made the mugger freeze and look behind him. Looming behind him was a green-armored man. Without a word and faster than the mugger could register, Izuku grabbed the hand holding the knife and his neck, pulling him down and pinning him to the floor. The mugger tried to use his quirk, a small flame, in his other hand, but Izuku spoke up. I wouldn't if I was you, surrender. The voice was firm when it came out of the speaker from his helmet. The mugger didn't listen and flung the small fireball at his head, only to splash harmlessly against it. Izuku's response was to slam his head down, knocking him out. Tying him up, he looked at the woman to see her scared of the armored man in front of her. Raising his hands to show he meant to harm, it's all right, I'm with her. As he pointed up to a Mirko, sitting on the ledge of the roof, giving a thumbs up to Izuku, she calmed quickly. Who are you, someone new? Yes, I'm interning with Mirko. My name is Rip Tier. First year at UA. Izuku said as Mirko jumped down with a heavy slap on his shoulder. Good job for you first. You popped your villain cherry. She said with a smile. Please don't say that also that happened when I was at the USJ. Cringing inside his helmet. They took off soon after reporting the mugger and making sure the woman was all right. She had a new story to publish about the new hero student Rip Tier. One odd name. The hero and student continued with the rest of the day like this. Mirko hung back when she deemed it appropriate and jumped into more serious situations, like when lives were in immediate danger. Once Izuku got help with a bad car crash with first responders trying to get the crushed doors open to get to the victim. Izuku easily ripped the door off the hinging and tore a portal to the hospital. He felt particularly good right then, getting to do what he wanted all his life. The rest of the car drivers were all right and could wait for an ambulance. Once it got darker, Izuku and Mirko headed back to base. Mirko was tempted to tie Izuku to her agency when he tore a portal directly to her building. After a shower and dinner, they relaxed in the lounge Mirko had set up for herself. Plopping down on a recliner, he pulled out his phone to see how Ochako was doing. Turns out she likes to spar and fight as much as Izuku does. She also told him she saved the image of him with his new armor while sending one of her sweaty with her hair tied back, smiling, with gunhead, posing in a very cute manner. His mother was all right, telling him how cool he looked and such. He checked in with his other classmates, like a responsible class rep. Everyone seemed all right. Yaoruzo wasn't happy that her hero was only focusing on the public side of being a hero. Todoroki was all right with his father, and Minato was complaining about how he was only doing chores, which serves him right. Katsuki, of course, never replied, but he expected that. Ida also didn't respond. That worried him. Izuku asked Mirko, who was laying on the couch next to him, about the hero Manuel. Don't know much about him. I think he is located in Hosu. Why? Looking away from her phone to look at him, telling her about Ida and that he went with Manuel, a water hero, even though he is speed-based. She also smelled something fishy. She thought for a moment and said, Stain is still reported to be in Hosu. Is Ida the type of kid to go for revenge? Izuku didn't think so, but loved ones will make you do stupid stuff. Can we swing by Hosu sometime this week to check up on him? Just in case, he thought to himself. She agreed without much fuss. Izuku soon headed to bed to wake early for another day of ripping and tearing ahead. 2 more days passed with Mirko with the same routine. Wake up, then spar with such ferociousness that to outsiders it seems like life and death battles. Shower, eat, and then go look for trouble, or as it is called, patrol. In his 2 days, Izuku has already made a small reputation for himself. His imposing figure with the armor added on made people fear him. But the way he helps people in a kind and loving manner helps balance it out. There was a phone camera filming when Izuku showed up at the car crash, showing him tearing off the car door and getting the unconscious driver to the hospital through a portal. Rip Entier was garnering a name in the area he and Mirko patrolled as a scary savior. He enjoyed his time with his mentor. She is always serious about her work while patrolling, but cracks jokes whenever she can get away with it. She taught him, in her way, what should be done in specific situations. For example, if he needed backup on a villain encounter, he should contact Dispatch and notify them immediately. That's how he got hers and Dispatch's contact information in his helmet. And while resting at the base, she showed him the paperwork to do after a day's work. But she always shoveled it to her friend and secretary. He also got to meet other heroes local to the area. Hawks was one of them with a tokoyami dangling from his hands while flying to land. Hawks greeted him with a smile on his face, but to Izuku it seemed off, but he shook his hand respectably. So you are Izuku Midoriya, bigger than I thought. Have you been learning anything from Bunny here? Hawks asked with a lazy smile and thumb pointed at Mirko. She didn't like being called Bunny and proceeded to try to grapple him to the ground. While they wrestled, Tokoyami strolled up to him and stood also watching them fight like preschoolers. Tokoyami was one of the first to not blame Izuku when he told them about the USJ and the bloodshed. From there, he found the bird-headed boy easy to talk to, even joking around once in a while. So has he asked you to say nevermore yet? Said Izuku, looking at him. F you. As Tokoyami turned away, Dark Shadow popped out, nodding his head in a yes. They traded stories about their internships, so far while their mentors also chatted before parting ways to continue their patrolling. The next day, Izuku woke up to spar with the Battle Bunny. Of course, never will say that out loud. He felt himself getting faster and better every time he spared with Mirko. Each time was closer to a win for him. After their ritual, she told him to get ready for Hosu. It was midday and they would get there by dark. When he got done changing into his armor, only lightly scuffed after a few days of heroing, He called his mom, Ochako, and Ida. His mom and Ochako are both all right and wished him luck going to Hosu. Ida didn't answer, only making him worry more. Done with his armor, he went to meet Mirko. She asked if Izuku had any portal points near Hosu, and he said he didn't. It will be nice to have another city he can portal to in the future. On their way to the train station, they only needed to stop once when they saw a young child looking lost. Getting her back to the mother got them back on the way to Hosu. Taking a bullet train, the two settled in for a short ride. While waiting, a little girl came up to us but was scared of the armored murder machine. When Izuku saw that he was scaring the kid, he took off his helmet. The kid, now seeing that it was the one who won the sports festival, came up to them with stars in her eyes. After getting both of their autographs and pictures, she scurried off to her mother, who smiled at her once she returned. A few more came up to them, but at least it wasn't a mob. The train ride was soon over after getting some social hero training. He didn't think he made a fool of himself. Getting off the train, they headed to the streets to look around. The city looked fine, with a bit bigger buildings around and more people. He looked to his mentor to see what route they were going to take, rooftops or streets. She answered with a smirk and a leap to the nearest roof. Tearing a portal and walking through, he began to run after her. There are a few more heroes in Hosu than he expected. The sun was setting and was quite peaceful for a city. Then the explosion went off with a recognizable Nomu coming out of it. It looked different with no eyes and a jaw not connecting to its top. It was almost as big as the one in the USJ. But there was more of them, one flying around and another leaping into a different direction. What the hell are those? Mirko shouted as she got closer to him. Nomu, like the one I killed in the USJ, but with different flavors. He said, getting ready to get there to stop the chaos. All right, then stick close and help any civilian you can to a safe place. Priority is safety than those beasts. She yelled, running off the building to the Nomu. So he did so, getting anyone he could off the streets and into a building. Once he looked around, he saw it was clear of civilians. He went to help Mirko with her fight. But before that, he hears a hero yelling out for Ida's name. That looks like the hero Ida was supposed to be with. Looking at Mirko fighting with a smile, he decided to go to the hero. Getting confirmation that Ida did indeed run off only got him to run faster. Stain hunts heroes while alone, usually found in alleyways. So he began to run, just like Mirko, rooftop to rooftop. Looking around while running, he caught the sound of clanging metal and then a scream. He tore a portal closer to the noise and found what he was looking for. Below him was Ida with the hero killer standing above him. Ida was still alive and yelling at Stain for what he did to his brother. Izuku noticed the other shape of a hero, not moving but alive. While they were talking, he quickly tore a portal to the unmoving man and dragged him through. Seeing he only had a shallow cut, he relaxed a bit. He quickly asked what was wrong and said once he was cut, he couldn't move. Maybe a quirk or some sort of poison that paralyzed him. So don't get cut, got it. Tearing a portal to the hospital, he waved the guard over before leaving the hero on the ground. Returning to Ida about to get killed, he jumped down to interrupt the murder attempt. Stain didn't get a chance to dodge as an armored boot hit him in the back, knocking him away from the prone classmate. Don't you know it very unbecoming of a hero not to respond to your class rep's calls? As Izuku stood between Ida and Stain. Midoriya, what are you doing here? This is my fight, get out of here. Ida said while still on the ground. Yeah, I could see you had him right where you wanted him. And it's rip in tier while we are active on the field. Izuku said, still not taking his eyes off Stain. He sent for backup, but he was told it would be a while. He should have told him it was Stain, but he was a bit distracted at the moment. A new hero. No, you said, Midoriya. You won the SF, and Shigaraki wanted me to kill you to join his little group. Fat chance I'll do that. Stain said, talking. Walk away, and you get to live for another day. Rip and tear. Pointing his sword at him. While looking at him, he noticed the other fake hero gone. Where is the other fake? He said, looking around. Already at the hospital, away from you. Just like I planned to do with Tenya here. Izuku said, still trying to make time. Stain was surprised by this. Maybe this wasn't a fake. The speedster kept on ranting about it being his fight, but Izuku ignored him. Quickly, he tore a portal to the same hospital before grabbing Ida and throwing him through and closing it as Stain tried to throw a blade toward the portal in the hopes to finish off one of his targets. The fight was about to start. With a manic gleam in his eye, Stain threw 3 knives at Izuku, but instead of dodging, he tore a portal with one hand to Stain's side. The knives went through and hit Stain in the arm. Distracted by getting stabbed with his knives, he barely dodged Izuku's grasping hands. Stain was faster than Izuku, so he used any dirty trick in the book. Dirt in the eyes to try to kick his jewels. But while he didn't do any damage to Stain, Izuku did begin to rip weapons off of him. His armor was able to tank any slashes, and he could move his arms out of the way before getting sliced. He finally was able to get a hand on the hilt of Stain's sword and ripped it apart. With only the blade left, it fell to the ground with a clatter. But that didn't stop Stain from kicking Izuku back, not noticing the small cut his boot made on his arm. Stain quickly consumed the BLD on his boot, freezing Izuku and falling on the ground. "You are a true hero, saving those fakes before even attempting to attack me. This is what it means to be a hero, not these others who seek attention from the media or riches. No, you Izuku Midoriya are one that truly deserves to live." Stain raved with such fervor that he could have been a great preacher. "Why did Shigaraki want you to kill me?" he asked, trying to think up a plan. He tried to call Mirko, but she was not picking up. "So, time to make some time. That wannabe was angry that you took his arm and ruined his plan to kill All Might. After that, I left him bleeding from the other arm. We didn't see eye to eye. I'll go kill him when I get the chance." Stain said while picking up some knives Izuku tore off. "It's coming from over here." He and Izuku heard coming down the alleyway. "On more pigs to the slaughter." As Stain stood to walk past him still on the ground. "I look forward to seeing what you become." The whole while Izuku was trying everything in his power to move. He needed to move now. Before he kills anyone else, he won't let it happen. And right when Stain was going to take another step, Izuku grabbed his foot. Before he could look down at the boy, he was on his face with a hand gripping tight on his neck. His arms were also pinned, one being grabbed by a hand and the other under a metal boot. When he tried to move, the hand gripping his neck tightened, drawing BLD, "Don't move. It won't end well if you do." Izuku said, kneeling on his back, exhaustion settling in after another life-and-death battle. Soon a small group of heroes came and froze at the sight of Stain on the ground with an armored man on him. "You're late. Stop staring and come help me tie him up," Izuku said to the group of shocked heroes. The voice knocked them out of their thoughts and rushed forward to tie up the serial killer. After searching him from head to toe for weapons, Izuku finally relaxed. Calling Mirko, he was surprised she picked up Yellow Mighty Ad. "Where the hell are you, brat? You pulled a disappearing act on me. You better not be dead or I swear dash," Mirko began, but Izuku cut her off. "I'm all right. I just sent you a ping to my location. Is everything all right?" She seemed more frazzled than he has ever heard her. "I'll be there as soon as I can. Keep an eye out for the flying Nomu. We neutralized the other two, but are missing that one. See you soon." She hung up while running toward him. Looking up to see if he could find the Nomu, didn't get anything. Turning the other direction, he had only a moment before a figure with wings fell on him. Reacting without thinking, he speared his hand forward, impaling the Nomu's chest on his arm. It tried to claw his chest, but his armor held strong. Using his other hand, he tore it in half horizontally, killing it instantly. Mirko and Endeavor showed up just then to witness the brutal way Izuku killed the Nomu. Todoroki also witnessed what Izuku probably did in the USJ. Shaking his arms to get some of the BLD off, he looked at them. "Is it fashionable to show up late to a party? I wouldn't know. No one invites me to one anyways." Stain is captured by the way. Talking to a stunned Mirko, pointing to Stain being loaded into a carrier for high-profile villains. "Are you all right, kid?" Mirko asked while approaching her student covered in BLD and his armor covered in slashes both from a sword and claws. "Me? Oh, you're not my BLD." Izuku got hit with a deja vu when the teachers found him at the USJ. "Your classmate." Mirko continued to probe him in a very motherly way. "I got him and another hero to the hospital. I had a waypoint near your base. I didn't get a chance to look for one here in Hosu." As he opened a small portal that released a fountain of seawater to clean his arms off. Seeing that the biggest wound he had was a small cut from the hero. "Killer, The bunny relaxed. Let's go to your debrief. She patted his shoulder. All right, see you later, Shoto. He followed his mentor and waved at his friend, then giving Endeavor the watching you sign before getting into a car to the police station. Shoto just waved at his friend and looked at the bloody mess left in his wake. Endeavor watched the whole thing go on and felt slightly sick. It's one thing to burn someone alive and leave a burned corpse, but being able to cut someone, or something in this case, in half and still talk like any other day takes guts. Getting to the police station, where Stain is going to be processed to a jury and then jail, Izuku sat in a nice conference office. He quickly sent a message to his mom and Ochako that he is all right and will talk to them later. Taking off his helmet, he wondered where Mirko had to go. The door burst open to a dog-headed man. He did not look happy. He curtly introduced himself as the chief of police and was here to tell him that he broke the law by going after Stain, so he is claiming Izuku went vigilante. So to cover this up, they're giving credit to Endeavor. If he didn't cooperate, he would face charges and probably be expelled from UA. While all this was going on, he didn't say a word. He just waited. What do you have to say? The chief finished by asking. Wrong. I'm getting credit for taking down Stain, and I didn't break any laws. Izuku said, not backing down. What nonsense are you talking about? You used your quirk without a license and broke the law. He barked at me. You didn't talk to Mirko at all, did you? Izuku didn't understand what he was trying to pull, but he doesn't like to get bullied around like this. No, he didn't. You were right to take credit for Stain, and you're also right that you didn't break any laws. I permitted you to use your quirk while under my care. The week isn't over, and you are still under my care. Mirko said, as she approached with an angry look on her face. He motioned to her student. Come on, let's go, we are done here. And walked out. Nodding, he didn't even look at the chief when Izuku walked out. Catching up to her, she explained how Endeavor wanted the credit for taking Stain down and was trying to take it from him. He wasn't too surprised, but everything turned out all right. Getting a message from his mother asking him to come home for dinner stopped him. What's wrong? She asked while he looked at his phone. Want to come over to my house for dinner? He asked. They didn't eat in a while. It only took her a moment to remember herself when she ate and quickly agreed. Tearing a portal home, he was almost tackled to the ground and quickly looked over for any damage by his mother that came shooting through. Seeing him all right, she dragged him and grabbed a hold of Mirko back through for a nice family dinner. The rest of the week passed peacefully enough, with only minor villains being a problem. He spent the rest of the week with Mirko, learning what he could. He was finally able to beat her in a spar. Well, beat isn't right, more like both losing. With his hand through a portal on her spine and her foot pinning him to the ground, ready to burst like a tomato. He probably got more injuries sparring with Mirko than he did out on patrol. Speaking of patrol, they just finished up their last one of the internships. The next morning, he will be going to school. He will miss this. Getting changed, he had one last spar that ended with him losing, of course. With that, he said his goodbyes, and he has her number just in case, but still. With that, he tore a portal to his living room and went through. The next day, he used a portal to pick up Ochako, and he approached her with a big hug. She instead punched him as hard as she could in the gut. After seeing Izuku on the news, she immediately thought the worst happened. When she got a message and then a call later explaining what happened, she broke down in relief. So, in payback for worrying her, Izuku is now trying to catch his breath. This is abuse. Once I show up to class with a black eye, they will look at you immediately. He said with fake tears in his eyes. Ochako, of course, gave him a big hug and kiss, then began to berate him for making her worry. He just hugged her back and calmed her down. Soon, she began to tie his tie, and they were on their way back to UA. She already knew what happened. He told her when he and Mirko were having dinner with his mother. She went on to tell him about her time at Gunhead's agency, that he built off of what training Izuku gave her. Plus, she got to go out on patrol a few times. From her telling me, there was a lot of hand-holding. Mirko's way of teaching is the equivalent of throwing a child into the swimming pool for swimming lessons. They arrived at school hand in hand with Ochako, still telling him about her time. Opening the door, he was greeted by Kaminari, Shiro, and Mina, giggling while trying not to look at Katsuki's hairstyle. He went with Best Genus from the trademark sidekick haircut he has. Katsuki was sitting at his desk, not talking to anyone, simmering and ready to explode. Ida was in his seat, but was making a point of not looking at Izuku. He tried to visit Ida in the hospital, but the speedster ignored him the whole time. That kind of pissed off Izuku, but he isn't going to force a conversation. Everyone else seems to be doing good otherwise. Class soon started with Aizawa slinking through the door. He seemed less tired. Maybe a week away from us gave him a nice break. The rest of the day went on normally. At lunch, most of the class sat and exchanged stories about their internships. But everyone went quiet when Kaminari asked Izuku about his internship. They all saw the news, and their classmate took down the hero killer, and also killed a Nomu on camera, but the footage was blurred and they were not fazed too much about it. As he was going to speak, an elbow hit him in the back of the head hard. "Oh, I didn't see you, big head there. Maybe you should leave some of the limelight for the rest of us. You have enough. Don't you think not to mention beach of yours?" Manoma said with such venom and a sneer that Class 1A was sure to see his head fly off his shoulders by Izuku's hand. Seeing Izuku ready to get up and probably kill this snot-nosed brat, Ochako stood before him. "That's right, he does get beaches. Where are yours?" As she looked around, exaggerated. Counting off on her fingers, she said, "No beaches, no screen time, no wins. Get out of here, you bowl-haired loser." Growing up in construction sites, she picked up a lot of trash talk. Everyone was dead silent. Then Kaminari shouted out, "Holy SHD, I knew this guy was about to get murdered, but not this way." As he broke down laughing so hard, he was crying. Soon, most of the cafeteria was also in the same situation, with everyone breaking down and laughing uproariously. Manoma was red-faced in both embarrassment and anger. But before he could do anything, Kendo came to take him away, also covering her mouth and shaking shoulders. Izuku was there with everyone laughing and also hanging off a red-faced Ochako. She never called out anyone like that, but it was so worth it. They finished lunch with some chuckles still floating around. They sat down for class, with Aizawa coming in with such a deadpan that it made a few giggle. Aizawa looked over to Ochako and asked, "Did you call Manoma a bowl-haired loser?" as he squinted down on a piece of paper. She nodded, and Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. "Bullying is not tolerated in UA. This is your first warning, detention after school. Manoma already has received his punishment." "Wait, Aizawa, it started off because of me. I should get the punishment," Izuku said, standing up, trying to get his girlfriend out of trouble. With a sigh, his tires teacher asked, "Did you do anything to Manoma to deserve detention?" Izuku shut his mouth, then looked at Tokoyami near him. "Say nevermore, you bird-headed beach." Maybe that was enough, so Ochako didn't have to sit in detention alone because of that, but "F you," Tokoyami said as an automatic response. But everyone's attention was dragged to Yaoruzo, who snorted in such a way that no one expected it. She covered her mouth with her hands red-faced and looked at Tokoyami. "I'm so sorry." Then the rest of the class broke out in laughter at the ridiculous situation. Aizawa was at the front with his head down on the podium. No one heard the muffled "detention for you, problem child, detention for all of you." Once they finally calmed down, they headed off to the locker room to get changed for hero class. Now out in his armor, Izuku met up with his class. Shiro turned to hear the loud footsteps to come face to face with a green battle-worn armor. Claw marks and blade marks were covering the front, making Izuku look like a seasoned veteran. Shiro has never seen Izuku's newest armor and seemed like a little girl when he turned to see who it was. Some others also got wary of the stranger, but seeing his classmates get spooked, he took off his helmet to calm them. "Easy guys, it's just me," with his helmet in his hands. They calmed quickly after that, with many going to look at his armor up and close. All Might got everyone's attention back on him when he saw everyone present. "We're going to race in this industrial zone. Keep the collateral damage to a minimum, and to young Midoriya, no portals. What's the fun in that?" With that, he leaped away to a silo. Izuku was one of the first to race. Ida, Shiro, Mina, and Ojiro were the others he was racing. Izuku didn't do great, but he did finish before Ojiro. Soon, hero class was finished, and they were back in their seats in homeroom. Aizawa came back telling them about midterms and to be prepared for the practical. With that, he flopped down on the floor with his sleeping bag. Izuku wasn't too worried. He did get second in the entrance exam, and he was willing to do his best at everything else. He felt a tugging on his sleeve. Looking over, he saw Ochako with such puppy dog eyes that if she asked to kill the president, he would consider it. "Can you help me study for the midterms?" she said in a cutesy manner. Izuku didn't hesitate to pick her up in a bear hug. Of course, anything for those eyes. And so, for 2 weeks, the class spent both in groups and alone studying for midterms. Izuku helped Ochako with studying and training for the practical. Every once in a while, they also got Todoroki or another friend to join in with their training sessions, but it was mainly them. Many times, Ochako ended up staying the night after studying too late and decided to fall asleep. She started on the couch, but always ended up sleeping with Izuku in his bed. His mother teased them relentlessly when she found them like that the first time. They never did anything to share a bed, but his mother always insinuates something more. The day of the tests came with Ochako confident in her abilities. Izuku was just as ready, and by the end of the session of testing, he felt like he placed well. The practical had the whole class in their suits, lined up in front of Aizawa. Niza popped out. "Welcome to your midterm. You all will be paired off and fight your handicapped teachers." The class at the impossible-seeming task. Everyone was paired off. Izuku, unfortunately, was with Katsuki. They waited to see who they would fight, and a booming voice came, "I am here to fight as a villain." All Might came out of the sky in front of them. Izuku threw his hands in the air. "What's with this bullshit?" Everyone's fights were interesting to watch. Not all were very exciting, like Sato's and Kirishima's fight against Cementos. But watching Kaminari and Mina run around trying to find the exit like a pair of chickens with their heads cut off was very fun to watch. Ochako's fight with 13 was somewhat underwhelming. She did get the win in the end, and it was a pretty tough match. His and Katsuki's fight was the last. Izuku's guessed it was so everyone could watch the number 1 hero beat up some kids, but that was just him. Izuku was thinking up plans of passing his exam, while Katsuki was off in the corner, grinding his teeth into dust. He did try to go talk to the bomber man to make a plan with him, but he received a glare and a F off for his troubles. Even after all this time, Katsuki has not changed, only thinking of himself above everyone else. He had hoped he had changed for the better, but no luck. Their match was about to begin. Ochako gave him a quick hug, and he left. He followed Katsuki out of the room with many pats on the back for good luck. They got on the bus to head to their exam location. Izuku was still thinking of plans that would work with his assigned partner or alone. He is still hoping that Katsuki will be at least open to working together. Plan number 1 is to escape and avoid a fight if possible. It is reasonable, after all, they are fighting the number 1 hero. In this plan, Katsuki decides to play nice, and they can both escape. He doubts Plan 1 will ever leave the playbook. Plan B is Katsuki goes off on his own to fight All Might. Meanwhile, Izuku will act as backup. And when Katsuki gets his SHD kicked in, Izuku will tear to the exit, dragging him with him. This is the most likely plan that will happen. Plan 3, F Katsuki. He will just use him as a distraction to escape. While this will be the most viable way to pass, it is also the scummy way to pass. Or Plan D, Izuku tears All Might apart just like the Nomu at the USJ. While possible, probably not a good idea to kill one of your teachers and Japan's favorite hero. The bus stopped and they got off. AM was waiting with his signature smile and costume. He told them 5 minutes to plan and they will start. With that, he leaped into the faux city. "All right, do you have a plan or dash?" Izuku started to speak to Katsuki before he was interrupted by him. "Shut up, you Deku. Just stay out of my way. This will be over in a flash," he said with a sneer at Izuku. He started to walk into the city, finished with their planning. Before he could get too far away, Izuku caught up to him for one last attempt at cooperation. "Come on, you can't seriously dash." Izuku caught the gauntlet swung at his face. "I said stay out of my way," as Katsuki ripped his gauntlet out of Izuku's grasp. So it seems Plan B is in effect. Just after that thought, he looked ahead to see a wave of destruction coming down the main road they stood. Izuku quickly dropped to the ground and dug his fingers into the hard ground to avoid getting blown away. Like a tornado rushed past him. Everything not bolted down was blown away. Katsuki barely kept himself from flying away, but not before tumbling on the ground a few times. After the gale of wind died down, he heard it, laughing and monologuing. AM was playing the villain, and by the looks of the damage caused, it seems he is doing a good job at it. Katsuki didn't wait any longer and charged forward right into AM. Izuku looks for a vantage point to Portal 2. A 10-story building overlooks the battle going on nearby. Tearing a portal to the roof, he turns to see the exit right in his view. He could just go now and pass, but he doesn't like how it would end. Instead, he portals right in front of it and then portals back to the roof. Now he can portal to exit whenever he wants to. Looking back at the fight, it is obvious that AM is playing with Katsuki. He is tanking every explosion and throwing in banter, much to the anger of the other boy. Izuku did think of trying to play support, but his portals are not movable once opened, and the explosions will cause friendly fire. Not that Katsuki would care. So he waits for the right moment. Maybe he will be able to catch him off guard. Finally, Katsuki is worn down with AM grabbing his face. All he can do is use his explosion on AM's hand grabbing him. Small pops go off. The teacher goes on about how he should have worked together with Izuku. Katsuki just growls tiredly. With that, AM tosses him to the side, not too gently. Now, where is young Midoriya? If he went off to the gate, he should have gone through it a while ago. AM says as he starts to turn to head for the exit gate. But before he could turn completely, he felt like he was just about to die. With every warning bell going off in his head, he was too late before a hand gripped him around his neck. He could feel the fingers dig just enough into his neck for it to bleed. He has only felt this kind of fear when he faced AFO, one wrong move then death. He slightly relaxed when he spotted Midoriya with one hand going through a portal. He tried to move slightly only for the fingers to dig in more, in a warning. Modified Plan D, don't move or you are paralyzed from the neck down or die. One or the other. The green-armored student said, shrugging his shoulder. This is a bit much, don't you think? It is a test after all. AM said, without moving any unnecessary muscles. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. I'm treating this as a real-life battle. You're a villain that can cause very high damage, and the only way for me to take you out is with lethal force or negotiation. Not letting his grip loosen on his teacher's neck. There are other ways other than lethal force. AM countered, getting more sweaty for the situation he is in. Not with my quirk. Not when there could be a villain that could destroy a city this quickly. If you were an actual villain and this real, how many deaths do you think? As Izuku waved his hand at the empty street and destroyed building, AM didn't say anything. How could he when he fought a villain described perfectly 6 years ago? Izuku pulled out a pair of HNEC FFS and threw them at AM. Surrender. AM didn't move his neck and put them on quickly. Izuku didn't pull his hand away until the announcement was heard. AM breathed a sigh of relief, wincing when he touched his neck wound. Not deep, but they stung. They didn't notice Katsuki waking from the announcement of Izuku passing. How could Katsuki have lost again into that Deku? How could he have beaten AM while Katsuki couldn't? No, he refuses to be below that worm. He will get rid of him once and for all. And once he is gone, Katsuki will be the best. Izuku didn't notice as Katsuki had a breakdown, but he did notice when he got on his feet and aimed his fully charged gauntlet at Izuku with crazed eyes, just like Shigaraki had at the USJ. AM didn't get a chance to stop Katsuki from firing before it was too late. Izuku used one hand to rip a tear to shield him from the blast, but it was too close and was blown through a wall and out the other side. The armor he was wearing took most of the impact, but one of his arms was broken badly. Still conscious and in pain, he stood for a fight, but AM was already pinning Katsuki to the ground. The whole class in the observation room was celebrating when they witnessed Katsuki attack Izuku, followed by AM taking him down. All were horrified at what just happened, none more than Ochako, already leaving to follow Recovery Girl. Young Midoriya, are you all right? AM asked, looking up at him. Soon 2 teachers arrived, Eraserhead and Present Mike. Izuku, still in extreme pain, said, well, I don't think bones go on the outside, as he kneeled, trying not to scream at the pain of his bones sticking out of his forearm and a lot of BLD coming out of the wound. Present Mike was the first to get to Izuku, while Eraserhead tied up Katsuki, still thrashing around. "Hey kiddo, oh, SHD, that doesn't look too bad." He panicked slightly, but tried to act cool quickly to keep Izuku from freaking out. He saw Recovery Girl being carried by a sprinting Ochako. Izuku laughed through the pain before passing out from it. Present Mike tried to catch him before he fell, but the weight of the armor caught him off guard and dropped him to the ground, face first. Hizashi, Aizawa, and Recovery Girl yelled out at Present Mike. How the hell can he move in that? It weighs a ton. As he rolled to his back with some effort, Ochako arrived, setting Recovery Girl down and deactivating her quirk. When she saw Izuku, the one-man killing machine, collapse, she began to fear the worst. The nurse took a look at Izuku and checked for any other injuries. Seeing that his beloved is starting to lose herself, she said, "Don't worry, youngin. He is just passed out from the pain and BLD loss. There will be a small surgery to set his bone right, but he will be right as rain." With that, she calmed down, only to grow furious at the one responsible for this. She threw Bakugo such a hate-filled glare that Aizawa felt like he will need to restrain her from killing the boy or sending him to the sun. But instead of committing second-degree murder, she moved to help get Izuku onto the stretcher to move him to the infirmary. Once the students and Recovery Girl left with Present Mike as an SCRT, Aizawa and AM pulled the now quiet Bakugo. "This was your last chance, you realize that," his now former homeroom teacher said as they escorted him to the principal's office for the third and last time. Bakugo, meanwhile, was only seething quietly. It's all that Deku's fault. If he never existed, he would be king of UA by now. 2 hours later, Izuku woke up in the infirmary bed with Ochako and his mother quietly chatting next to him. He saw her giggle and shifted to get their attention, and also to get his mother to stop telling embarrassing stories about him. He tried to shift his weight on his bandaged arm and winced in pain. "Careful, you are still healing. Here, let me help." As his mother and Ochako helped him sit up, he felt it was unnecessary, but still felt nice to be loved like this. "I'm all right. What happened after I passed out?" "The last thing I remember is Ochako running towards me with her carrying Recovery Girl like a football," he said with a chuckle at the funny scene. "Well, she was taking too long for me and thought it was more efficient," she said with a cute pout. She continued as she sat at the foot of the bed. "After he got you here, Recovery Girl set your bone where it should be and healed you as much as she could. They called Inko, and we have been waiting for you to wake." Izuku was happy and slightly worried about how well both women were getting along. "What about Katsuki? What happened to him?" he asked, curious about what kind of punishment they hashed out for attacking him outright. "He was expelled," came a voice from the doorway. Turning, they saw Aizawa with a tired expression, as usual. "He was given 3 chances to become better, and he tried to assault you at every chance given. He has been blacklisted from all hero schools as well," he said, closing the door behind him as he walked in. Izuku wanted to be shocked by this, but he fully expected something like this to happen. Katsuki was arrogant and aggressive at every moment of his life, and if something didn't go his way, he lashed out. Now he can only pray that he will turn a new leaf with the opportunity to become a hero gone, but he knows that will be a false hope. While Izuku showed a face of acceptance, Ochako made a face that could only be read as good riddance. Inko, on the other hand, was slightly troubled. Mitsuki is her close friend and the mother of Katsuki. She hopes Mitsuki will be all right. "Well, all right then. What's the plan now?" Izuku said, breaking the silence. "Class will continue tomorrow like normal. You'll be discharged when the old lady says otherwise. Everything will stay the same," Aizawa said with his usual shrug, before getting hit in the leg by a cane hard. "Who are you calling an old lady?" As Recovery Girl strolled past the man on the ground. "As for you, you can head on home." 15 minutes later, the Midoriyas and Ochako walked through a portal to the apartment for dinner. As Inko got to work in the kitchen, with Ochako helping where she could, Izuku saw the kitchen full and decided to take a nap on the couch. Other than his old childhood friend trying to kill him, it was a good day. Ochako decided to stay the night at her boyfriend's. They have slept in the same bed before, but have never gone past that. They didn't feel ready for such a step forward. She woke first like usual and shook Izuku slightly to wake him. The first time she woke him, she was startled by him opening his eyes wide open. It turns out Izuku is a light sleeper and isn't woken up unless he hears something in the night. After waking him, Ochako shuffled into the bathroom in pajamas of stolen clothes from Izuku's closet. They got cleaned up, ate, and did their ritual of Ochako, fixing his tie. On their walk to school, Izuku was feeling the new scar on his forearm. It wasn't huge, but it was noticeable, just something to get used to. Izuku never cared for scars, like the one on his leg he got when he was younger. They walked hand in hand, talking about nothing in particular and enjoying each other's presence. Arriving at the doors of 1A, Izuku was greeted by everyone shouting his name. He had completely forgotten that everyone watched him get blasted and get carted off to the infirmary. "Oh hey, guys, sorry for not letting you guys know. I'm alright, see?" As he stretched out his arms to show he was whole. "Yeah, a message would have been nice." Mina pointed at him accusatory. "You good, bro?" Kirishima asked, still looking him over with his eyes slowing on his new scar. "There was a lot of BLD on the footage, and Aizawa didn't tell us anything yesterday." Sue says with her ever-stoic face, but with a hint of worry showing. "I'm alright, just had a broken bone. I was healed up and headed home." Izuku was very touched by how many of his classmates worried about him. Made him feel all nice and warm inside. That warmth froze when he heard, "Why are you not in your seats?" In a blink of an eye, everyone was sitting down waiting for their teacher to continue. "Much better, now before anyone asks. Bakugo Katsuki was expelled yesterday for his actions and previous warnings placed on him earlier in the year. Let this be a warning, no one is safe. The only reason no one else was expelled so far is that no one has been slacking or breaking any rules that would warrant expulsion." Everyone gave a slight shiver at the words, and also was not overly surprised that Katsuki was expelled. Now let's get on to the midterms. Everyone passed the written test, barely. The last part was directed to Kaminari and Mina, sitting close to each other. As for who failed the practical, you will be having extra lessons with me at the training camp we will have over to break, Aizawa said as he passed out reviews of everyone's fights. 5 began to weep quietly for not being able to pass the practical. Here is the list of supplies needed for the camp. The rest of the class is a study hall. Setting a pile of papers on Izuku's desk for distribution. Then he flopped over in his bag. After passing out the list, Mina spoke up. "We should go out shopping together." As she started making plans for everyone to go as a group. Todoroki was the only one not able to go since Saturdays. He visited his mother, from what he told Izuku. The rest of the classes passed without any more trouble. At the end of the day, while he was packing to leave, he did get a message from Mirko, of all people. He was about to open it when she called him instead. Everyone looked at his phone ringing. Ochako, thinking it was Inko for some reason, thought nothing of it. He answered, "Why the hell are you taking so long to answer?" "Forget it. I heard someone was expelled from your class. It better have not been you." She almost shouted through the phone. He quickly pulled the phone away from his ear from the loud volume. Everyone was even more interested in who called Izuku, considering that it was a woman's voice they heard. Ochako's eyes snapped at him and narrowed. "No, was that guy who got second place at the festival. He attacked me during our midterm practical and was expelled. Why are you calling, by the way? It's nice to hear from you, but didn't expect it." Izuku explained while oblivious to all the stares at his back, and one particularly hard one. "Well, I was just checking up on you is all. What kind of mentor would I be if I didn't?" She sounded a bit defensive, but he didn't look too into it. "Thanks, that means a lot to me. Do you want to come over for dinner? I'm sure Mom would be happy to have you again." He ignored the sound of dropped books on the ground behind him. Ochako was staring daggers at him when she heard his offer. Who the F is he talking to? Everyone was looking between Izuku and an Ochako, who seemed to get angrier by the second. "That seems nice. All right, text me when. And don't keep me waiting." And she hung up, sending a quick text to his mom so she could set an extra plate on the table. He noticed the quiet in the room. Turning around, he saw 19 pairs of eyes looking right at him. Confused, he asked what. Ochako was the first to speak. Who was that? She sounded strained. Oh, that was Mirko calling to check in on me. She hears someone was expelled and thought it was me. She is coming over for dinner, he said with an oblivious smile on his face, happy that his mentor is checking in with him. Like a SWCH. Oh, that sounds great. I always wanted to meet her. Ochako sounded excited, while internally, she was relieved that nothing funny was going on. Everyone was relieved that Izuku would never cheat on Ochako. They all left after the two lovebirds, glad not to see them go after each other's throats. Later in the day now, closer to dinner, Izuku sent a message and waited for a second, then opened a portal to Mirko's building lobby. Mirko stepped through, wearing plain jeans and a light jacket, and went over to Izuku. She looked him over, and finding nothing or what she wanted, she backed up. Looking good. Glad you aren't slacking off. Thanks, Mirko, how have you been? Izuku asked, glad that he passed whatever test she had. Rumi is fine, and hero work is all the same. She waved her hand, spotting a girl his age near him. Who is this? This is Ochako Uraraka, my girlfriend, he said, holding her forward and showing her. Off like a prize trophy, Ochako stood nervously in front of one of her favorite heroes. Rumi, on the other hand, looked her over. She remembered her at the festival and how well she did against that brat with explosions until she lost. Training will fix that. She seemed all right. With a hand out, she shook Ochako's hand. Before she could let go, Rumi pulled her close. You better not hurt him. With that statement, all of Ochako's nervousness was gone. I would never. With such a serious face that Izuku worried something would break out. They stared at each other until Rumi broke out with a smile. She will be good for him. Ochako smiled also, happy that Izuku has such a good older sister model. Izuku, meanwhile, got even more nervous seeing them agree on something without saying anything. They broke off their staring contest and all went over to have a nice dinner with Izuku in the middle of the two. They finished dinner and now sat down while Izuku told her about the midterms. Inko just sat there quietly, enjoying the domestic feeling in the apartment. Rumi told about her time. Nothing big, only small-time criminals. They moved to the living room with Inko grabbing a book off the bookshelf on the way. They sat down and chatted about small things until Inko mentioned how Izuku did something young and caught it on camera. Out came the scrapbook, Izuku went pale, and both Ochako and Rumi got excited. Ochako quickly used her quirk on him, and Rumi kicked him away when he tried to reach for the book on Inko's lap. While he spiraled away, he heard "aw" and "so cute" coming from the trio. In the end, Izuku got back into his seat in the living room, embarrassed by the contents of the book. They giggled and laughed. He is happy that he has such a good family. Soon the time came, and Izuku ripped a portal open for Rumi to step through. Before she left, Rumi gave him a quick hug and stepped through. The rest of the evening was spent relaxing and watching movies while leaning on each other. Inko already left for bed, and it was only the two of them on the couch. They both got a text from the group chat. It was Mina telling everyone at what time to show up at the mall. There was some back and forward, but they all agreed on early mid-morning. With that, they got back to the movie and dozed off soon enough. Ochako ended up sleeping on top of him, and Izuku in his sleep already before her. Everyone agreed to meet up at the mall around 10 in the morning for their shopping. Izuku didn't need much, only a few small things, and Ochako was in a similar situation. They were both happy that they could spend their time at the mall together. From the internships to the midterms, they didn't get much of a chance to go out together. So they decided together to make this a small date. Mostly shopping and hanging out at the mall, but it would be nice for them to spend time together. Izuku could see Ochako slightly nervous about going out shopping. Izuku knew about his girlfriend's family and their money problems. Izuku and Ochako were on the couch when Inko walked up to her soon-to-be daughter-in-law and gave her a wad of cash. Izuku raised an eyebrow, and Ochako just looked at the money. That's for you to have fun shopping, Inko said as she turned away to leave. Wait, I can't take this. Ochako spluttered. She never was in this kind of situation and didn't know what to do. Well, too bad you will, and you'll have fun. Buy something nice for yourself, and before you said anything about handouts. Think of this as kind of part of my dowry for the future, she said with a wink and laugh at the two blushing teens. They both got changed and headed out to meet up with their friends. They found Mina on the same train headed to the mall. They chatted with Mina and Ochako, doing most of the talking. Izuku just enjoyed their time off. Some other passengers on the train did recognize them, but most kept to waving and taking pictures when they thought they couldn't be seen. Only one approached, a little boy with horns like a deer, and asked to take a picture with Mina. She squealed and took it, smiling all the while. After the boy returned to his mother with a big grin on his face, they got off and arrived at the mall soon after. Just about their whole class was there chatting with each other. Momo, seeing them arrive, approached them. "Nice to see you guys make it. So what is the plan?" Momo asked, looking at Izuku. He sometimes forgot he is the class president. So like a responsible adult, he looked to Mina, who planned this out. Delegation is always the best way to be in charge. Mina's shoulders slumped. "Fine, I guess we can split off in groups and meet up at the lunch area in 2 hours. Here are the rules. Rule 1. Look at the mall rules. Rule 2. No one is allowed to die. Rule 3. Don't talk abo dash. Mina was pushed off the bench and covered her mouth by Izuku before she said anything more attention-grabbing than it already has. "All right, that's enough out of you. Split off and don't die," as she said. Did you lick my hand?" Izuku said as he pulled his hand away from her mouth. "Only I get to lick him," Ochako whispered as she got close to Izuku. She only heard by a red-faced laughing Jairu. Everyone split off into groups and went off. Izuku and Ochako left hand in hand, wandering the mall and getting what they needed for camp. They chatted about what they thought the camp would entail. "I hope we get to make esmores. I've never tried them," Ochako said with drool already forming. "I've never been camping, so it will be a new experience for me." Izuku shrugged. Snapping out of her food fantasy, she looked to Izuku. "Never. You didn't go with any friends?" "Family. No, it's always been me and Mom. Never met my father, and Katsuki made having friends difficult. He did go to martial arts classes, but he never made friends there." "I'm sorry to hear. I would have been your friend, but only after I would have taken your lunch," she said, hugging his arm with a smile. He laughed while hugging her. "Of course, you would have, you little thief." They continue on walking around. After finding a discreet area and seeing no one was looking their way, Izuku tore a portal and dropped their bags off at home. Ochako found some nice clothes, and Izuku told her to use the money Inko gave her. She tried to fight about it, but ended up using it. Only 15 minutes for the class to meet up again at the food court, and they began to make their way there. While walking, Izuku was looking around and just enjoying the calm atmosphere. His time off was ruined when his eyes met with a red pair in a black hoodie. Izuku immediately froze, and Ochako stopped with him and tried to ask what was wrong when his phone was shoved in her hands. In a serious voice that made her worry, he said, "Call the police. Tell them Shigaraki is at the mall. Then call Eraserhead." Never taking his eyes off Shigaraki. "But dash," Ochako tried to say, but was cut off by Izuku's firm voice. "Do it." She didn't say anything else before getting behind him to make the call. She was not going to leave him. Not like the USJ. She quickly looked in the area for any others with Shigaraki while calling the police. Shigaraki pulled his hands out of the pockets. One was mechanical. Izuku couldn't see his facial expression, but he didn't like the idea of a quirk like Shigaraki's in a populated area like a mall. "What are you doing here?" he asked, hoping to keep him talking instead of attacking him or someone. You recognize me. You are the one who killed my Nomu. You are the one who did this." Raising his prosthetic hand. It looked simple with no artificial skin. He couldn't see under the hood of the sweater, but he could guess he looked angry. Izuku could hear Ochako behind him talking on the phone in a hurry. Maybe I could see you from the stairs." He tried to keep him talking, but could see the villain start to shake. "I will kill you," and charged at Izuku. "Get back," he shouted out, not to the crazed villain, but to everyone around him, including Ochako. When he shouted, everyone looked and began running. What Izuku didn't notice before is that the mechanical hand had razor-sharp fingers. He dodged the real hand just as he got clawed across the temple. 3 claws cut him above the eyebrow, making him stagger back. Izuku tried to grab the real hand that was reaching for him, but was kicked in the stomach while having BLD in his eye and was distracted. He was sent tumbling back, but quickly got on his feet to meet a furious Shigaraki lunging at him. Izuku dove back and kicked at him while he was flying over Izuku. He crashed into the glass doors of a shop, screams coming out of the entrance. Not male screams, but younger and feminine. For some reason, instead of running like everyone else did, a mother and her child hid away in a near shop. The same shop he sent Shigaraki through. The villain got off the glass and looked at the two huddled pair. "Don't fight me," Izuku shouted at him, knowing what was going to happen next. He looked back to Izuku with a cruel grin as he rushed at the screaming pair. And hello, just as Shigaraki hand are going to reach their targets, they instead went through a green portal. One hand each went through a portal. Izuku on the other side was grabbing both hands, keeping them away from his body and going back through. Seeing that they were still alive and there was a screaming and thrashing villain a few feet away from them, they ran. "Let me go. I'll turn you to dust. I'll kill you," he shouted, counting to try to pull his arms back through the portals. Izuku stood still, gripping the hands, digging his fingers in slightly to make sure they didn't slip. He might have torn too deep with the mechanical arm because the hand went limp after he felt a crack. Ochako soon came up to him, keeping an eye out for any other surprises. "Is that your BLD?" Ochako said, looking at him worried. "It is this time. Why is every time a villain attacks me, the heroes arrive after there is no fight left? One eye closed because of the BLD. Can you keep looking out on my left side? I can't see." "Oh God, you're blind." Inko is going to be so mad. As she ran over to cover him on his blind side. By now, the whole mall was empty. It was only the two and Shigaraki in the shop, still struggling. "I'm not blind. Well, I am, but dash." He was cut off when footsteps were heard. "Freeze, don't move." 6 police officers with their guns drawn, and the present Mike arrived. "I'm not the villain, dumbass. He is in there." He used his head to point to the shop. "Language. And he is right, he is my student at UA." Present Mike said, getting in front of the police, so they put their guns down. They stopped pointing their guns and rushed into the open shop with no doors. Present Mike got Quirk suppression cuffs on him and yelled out to Izuku to let go. He did so and immediately sat down, tired of the adrenaline and holding on like that. Ochako approached him with tears in her eyes. "Did he get your eye? Are you blind?" As she knelt to see his mangled eye. No, just got BLD in it and couldn't see through it." "I'm fine, really." As he wiped it away, but more BLD got in it. "You but, don't tell me you are blind then." As she hit him in the shoulder while wiping tears away. "Ow, I didn't. I said I couldn't see." He said, trying to fend off more hits. This is more of that abuse, and right in front of the law, too. The police and present Mike walked out with a handcuffed and gagged Shigaraki. He just stared daggers at Izuku when they walked by. Present Mike approached them, sitting on the ground. "How are you two doing? What happened?" he asked, trying to understand the situation. "We were at the mall. Shigaraki was standing in front of me, and he attacked. Also, I think I'm losing a bit too much BLD, as he felt a bit dizzy." "Yeah, not the worst I've seen you." He gave Izuku gauze to stanch the bleeding and helped him up. "You two will need to go to the police station to get an interview and some first aid." Ochako helped him on the other side. They were escorted to the street where there was a crowd of people behind a police barricade. Some were their classmates, and they shouted when they saw the two. One more than others, Mina. "What happened to Rule 2? As she threw her hands in the air at them. As they got in the cop car, Izuku shouted back with a confused look on his face. "But no one died. They left soon after, them in the back seat." Ochako leaning on him, relieved they are still alive. She took out his phone and opened the camera app. She snapped a picture of them in the back of the police car, Izuku bloody and Ochako leaning on him. When he saw the phone, he remembered. "Oh, SHD, we have to tell my mom." Izuku said, suddenly causing present Mike in the passenger seat to give out a single laugh. "Maybe she won't take it too bad," the cop said, driving. Ochako didn't say anything, just held out the phone to Izuku. He didn't take it. "I can't do it. You know, head injury and all that." As he waved his hand over the bloody bandage. Mike and the cop snorted. She gave him a look that could only be trouble. She dialed Inko and waited. "Hey, Inko, no, we are fine, kinda. Well, we were at the mall, and a villain attacked Dash." She pulled the phone away when she said that because of Inko yelling on the other end. "Inko, No, we're fine. We're going to the police station for the interview and some first aid. As soon as she said first aid, Ochako knew she shouldn't have. Before Inko could yell again, she hung up in a panic. I hung up on her, Ochako said, trying to dial Inko again. Before she could, Izuku took the phone and just texted the police station to her, handing the phone back. You couldn't have been more delicate. Well, someone didn't want to do it. As she unlocked the phone to send another text. He couldn't see who it was but thought little of it. Aizawa was waiting at the police station when they arrived. They got out with Ochako helping Izuku along. They stopped in front of him with his arms crossed. Of course it was you, problem child, he said, pinching the bridge of his nose. They got inside and went to a conference room with a first aid kit inside. Izuku, Ochako, and Aizawa went inside with Aizawa going to the kit to get started on Izuku's injuries. Izuku winced when it was cleaned and wrapped up. You're going to need stitches or a healing quirk. This will do for now, but you need to go to the hospital when we're done here. Ochako and Izuku were interviewed together with Aizawa in the room as a step-in guardian for the time. It was pretty clear it was self-defense when a quirk was used, and he only used it when he opened a portal to save the two civilians. They were done soon after so they could get Izuku to the hospital. Inko was waiting in the lobby, pacing. Oh, my babies! As soon as she spotted them, she gave him a crushing hug, let go, and looked them over for injuries. Izuku will need to go to the hospital for stitches, Aizawa said behind the trio. That bad. Tears gushed out of her eyes. She turned to Izuku and his bandaged head and bloody shirt. All right, let's go. Izuku portal. Izuku listened like the good boy he is and opened a portal inside the police station to the hospital closer to their apartment. They all stepped through Izuku last. When the portal closed, Aizawa just shook his head. Illegal quirk use right in front of me and inside a police station, he muttered. They got to the hospital and got seen very quickly since it was a quiet night. While waiting in the doctor's office for the nurse to return with the supplies, Izuku felt a buzz from his pocket. It was a call from Rumi, no? Many missed calls and a message. Portal to you. Now, it said. How could she have known? He looked over to Ochako, who looked away quickly. He threw his phone at her head and got up to get his butt kicked for making Rumi wait. The phone hit her head and he opened a portal to Mirko's lobby. She marched through quickly and locked on him. Not saying a word, she looked him over and only spotted the bandage. Seeing that only, she nodded and punched him in the stomach. What took you so long? You're lucky Ochako told me instead of finding out. Why do all the women in my life abuse me? Well, he clutched his stomach laying down. The nurse came in with the supplies and saw the scene of Izuku on the ground with Mirko standing above him, talking with Inko and Ochako. What is going on here? She said, gathering everyone's attention. After getting his stitches and the nurse using her quirk to speed up his healing while he sleeps, they left together. Rumi decided to stay and have dinner with the Midoriyas. Izuku's head was still bandaged and he felt exhausted. He sent out a text to the group chat to say he was all right and headed home. He received messages with many well wishes attached. They got home and Izuku immediately fell asleep on the couch to the sound of his mother, his girlfriend, and his mentor chatting while cooking in the kitchen. The girls decided to leave Izuku to sleep while they chatted about the sleeping boy. Inko went on about his drive and how he never gave a second thought about being anything else than a hero. Ochako talked about when they first met at the entrance exam and how they clicked so well together. How happy she is with him and loves to watch him fight. I immediately asked myself if he was single because he was awesome at the sports festival and even better when we fought in my gym. Rumi said with a shiver at their first encounter, while Ochako choked on rice for what she said. Inko, meanwhile, was happy that such an appealing and strong girl was interested in Izuku in such a short time. Ochako was thinking, am I going to fight her for Izuku? I'll do it. Right as she was getting ready to fight for her territory, Rumi continued. But as we fought and I taught him what I knew, it felt more like having a sibling. And I liked that more than chasing after him. Rumi finished with a smile on her face. Ochako tried to relax without it showing, but Inko saw it all. Izuku woke not long after. Still groggy from his nap, he went to eat what was set aside for him. After finishing, he left to get cleaned up and showered. Getting back to the group of girls, he saw them getting along way too well. He sat and just listened to them chat about this and that. A while later, it was time for Rumi to head home. Izuku tore a portal open to her building lobby. Saying their goodbyes, she stopped at Izuku. She looked right into his eyes and grabbed his face with her hands. "Stop attracting villains to you," all the while squeezing his cheeks. "It's not my fault," he said, batting her hands away. "All right, take care, and don't slack off later." And she went through. The other two got ready for sleep, and Izuku plopped down on his bed. He scrolled through his phone until Ochako came in and flopped in his bed. She spoke up after a bit. "I'm worried that wasn't the end of the League of Villains." Thinking back to them all, Izuku patted her on the back, sharing the same feeling. "If it is, or isn't, we'll deal with it." With a smile to her, they soon fell asleep in each other's arms. They spent a week like this with some minor training and relaxing. They both were wary of going out, worried a villain will interrupt their outing. Izuku's cuts healed completely on the third day, and they decided to take out the stitches at home. With deft hands, Ochako removed all threads without any problems. Not like the first time he tried to remove stitches from his leg, it hurt. The scars were very visible, with 3 claw marks going into his hairline to above his eyebrow. He thought it was pretty cool looking. Inko cried, just a little at the thought of Izuku, almost losing his eye. Ochako, on the other hand, thought it looked kinda hot. Like a manly man, as Kirishima would say. The weekend came, and it was time for them to head to UA and get on the bus for the camp. They packed their stuff and threw it all through the portal to UA. On the other side, most of 1A watched as 2 duffel bags came out of nowhere. They immediately knew it was their class monster's doing. The 2 stepped through and greeted their friends. They started a crowd, but Mina called out first. "You're terrible at following rules," she said, pointing a finger at Izuku. "No, I'm not. No one died to my knowledge," he said defensively. "You still broke the mall rules, probably," pouting because of their class mall trip ending sooner than she wanted. "How are you doing? You seem to have a lot of BLD on you when you left," Tsuyu said, looking at the new scars on his forehead. "I'm good, just some stitches and all better now," he said, trying to reassure his classmates. A familiar voice piped up to everyone's annoyance. "What's this? You seem to be missing a classmate." Not a surprise for a 1A student to be expelled. They should just get rid of all of you and be done with it. Manoma's snide voice called out. Izuku looked at everyone and prayed for strength to not send this boy into space. And it appears the captor of Stain got into another altercation. Just can't keep yourself out of the cameras, can you? His nose couldn't be any higher. Izuku just looked around, spotted what he was looking for, and opened a tear. Before the boy could react, Izuku grabbed him and threw him in the portal. Then he closed it. Kendo froze in her step. She was headed to grab their class agitator and drag him away before Izuku kills him. When he was thrown through a portal leading who knows where. She got nervous at the thought of Manoma being sent to the middle of the forest or worse. Everyone in their sister class just nodded and continued their conversation, just like Izuku didn't send Manoma to an unknown location. They hear shout and looked up to the roof of UA to see Manoma shouting to be let down. Kendo looked at him and wasn't sure if she should ask Izuku to let him down or not. She went anyways. "Hey, Midoriya, could you please let him down? I'll take care of him." She asked the other class president, sure he was going to agree. "No, he is in timeout," he said, not even looking at the trapped student. "Okay." And she left, not sure what to do. About 5 minutes later, their respective teachers showed up, herding them into the buses. Izuku already counted everyone, and no one was missing. He was last on the bus, but was stopped when Vlad King approached. With an angry face, he asked, "Did you put my student on the roof?" Through gritted teeth. "Oh yeah. He should learn to keep his mouth shut instead of letting it run all the time. It could make him end up in an unfortunate situation," Izuku said with no fear in his voice. He tore a portal open, and Manoma stumbled out. "Watch your tone, boy," he said with a snarl. "No, it's what you should be teaching that one. Now get on the bus. We have a schedule to keep," Aizawa said, leaning over his seat to look at Vlad. He left with his student, shooting one last glare at Izuku. Ever since the USJ, Vlad has always given Izuku a stink eye. He is pretty sure he talks SHD behind his back too, but he might be a bit paranoid. He got all that out of his mind and boarded the bus. Ochako was seated next to Thew and are chatting. Izuku sat next to Todoroki, who had headphones on, and gave a smile and nod to Izuku when he sat down. They got rolling, and they settled into a road trip. Izuku's thoughts wandered while they were cruising. Just nonsense that popped into a guy's head. For example, if Todoroki grew out a beard, would it be split like his hair? What would happen if he opened a portal now while on a moving bus? Would it stay in front of him or stay and rip out the back of the bus? Why didn't Aizawa just take him to the camp location before today and portal there now? Wait, why didn't he? Hey Aizawa, why didn't you just take me to the camp location, and then we could have been there by now? He asked a half-asleep caterpillar. His eyes opened, looked at him, held eye contact, and then turned back to face forward. Shut up, problem child. You didn't think of it, did you? He said, trying to hide a smile. Aizawa didn't say anything, only sunk deeper into his sleeping bag. The rest of the trip was spent relaxing. At some point, Izuku dozed off and was woken by the brakes of the bus. We're here, get off, Aizawa said in his ever-monotone voice. Izuku waited for everyone to get off to make sure no one was left behind, like a responsible class president. Ochako was the last other than him. She went up to him and motioned him to bend down like she was going to tell him a secret. He did so, and she kissed his forehead and smiled at him. That gave Izuku a goofy grin and got off the bus behind her. What met their eyes was not a camp, but a cliff road stop. Suspicious. He looked around and spotted Aizawa calm and waiting for a black car to stop in front of him. Izuku kept his guard up. This seemed suspicious. Where was the other class? Two women got out dressed in cat uniforms. Two of the wild PP cats, and a child looking upset. We are half of the wild PP cats, Mandalay and Pixie Bob. They posed after their introduction. His classmates, and he greeted them in return. Izuku turned to Aizawa. So, where's the camp? He asked. Without a care in the world, he pointed into the distance to a barely visible building deep in the forest. Izuku got near the rail and looked toward the building. Oh, that, but expected us to trudge through a forest for hours, nah. Nope. And Izuku began to tear a portal to the campsite. But it felt harder than usual. He struggled to open it, but couldn't. He only managed to tear a portal big enough to fit his hand through. What the F? He looked around and saw Aizawa using his quirk on Izuku. Aizawa already knew the problem child would try to portal to the camp. That cheater. So he was prepared to use his quirk on Izuku. What he wasn't prepared for was for Izuku to still begin to open a portal. With wide eyes, he watched him struggle until he couldn't open it any further. What the F? He mimicked Izuku. He shouldn't have been able to do that. Pixie Bob is completely unnerved by a child forcing past Eraserhead's quirk and decided it was time for them to start their training. Just head northwest, and you'll make it in a few hours. With that, she sent them down the cliffside. Everyone yelled while they fell down the cliff. Some were able to think fast and use their quirks to soften their landing, others not so much. Momo made a parachute, Ochako used her quirk, and Izuku fell past a tree and dug his fingers into it to slow his fall. It worked and jumped down the remaining few feet, looking at the tree. It was ruined, half and half were leaning away from each other. Like a giant used an axe to split it down the middle. Many groanings were heard as most of the class picked themselves up. Kirishima popped out of a Kirishima-shaped hole in the ground. Izuku just started at the tree. This looks dope. And turned away. Who isn't dead? Sound off. More groans were heard. They all got themselves ready for a trek in the forest. They only took a few steps before a monster of dirt and stone roared and charged at the students. Koda tried to talk to the beast, but it wasn't alive. He was yanked back through a portal next to Izuku. Heavy hitter in front and sides. Ranged fighters behind them. Anyone in need of rest goes to the middle. Let's move. He ordered, and everyone listened. That felt so cool for Izuku. He charged forward and tore a portal to the beast's back. He landed on it and began to rip and tear until it stopped moving. Everyone was already used to Izuku's violent fighting style, but that was too easy. Many more roars were heard. Oh, that's why. After 5 hours of non-stop fighting, the class arrived at the camp. Everyone was dead tired. Izuku, only one able to stand straight, but it was only for show. He was spent. When they finally got to the clearing, Izuku looked around and then dropped to his knees, exhaustion settling in. Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and Aizawa were standing before them. You all did wonderfully. You four especially. Pointing to Izuku, Ida, Todoroki, and Ochako. Ochako's training with Izuku paid off, and it showed when she was beating one dirt beast with another. I call dibs, the blonde said, rushing to Izuku and hugging him. Ochako, seeing this, used her quirk for the last time that day on Izuku to pull him away from the WWPC member. Get your dirty paws off him. He's mine. Her quirk deactivated and reached its limit, causing Izuku to drop to the ground with a thump. He didn't get back up. Ochako, meanwhile, threw up to the side. What's with that? Aizawa asked Mandalay, with no show of concern for his suffering students. She is getting to that age where she is worried she will end up a spinster. She asked, looking at the situation before her. Izuku got up and held his girlfriend's hair back so she could throw up without worry. After that was done, Aizawa spoke up. We have lunch just for today. The rest of camp, you all will be responsible for your food. There was a cheer, but there wasn't any energy in it. Looking at the kid again, standing to the side, Izuku asked, Whose kid is that? Gesturing to the boy. That's my nephew, Koda. Say hello. Mandalay said. Koda, instead, just sneered and turned his head. Izuku, being the violent murder machine, with a lovable heart, approached the boy. Hey, Koda. I am Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, he said, smiling and holding a hand out for a shake. Izuku was too tired to be able to dodge the small fist to his groin. It hit, and he fell to the ground in pain. Every guy winced and prayed for a quick recovery. Kirishima was the first to Izuku's prone body. Look at how they massacre my boy, with Izuku in his arms. Most of the guys surrounded the two in respect. Koda said something, but no one listened, too busy mourning a fallen brother. Thank you for joining us on this journey through What If Deku Had Rip and Tear Quirk. We hope you found it as captivating as we did. A big thank you to Big Teddy 3498 for creating such an engaging story. Don't forget to visit their profile on Wattpad for more fantastic works. The link is in the description below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, share with your friends, and subscribe to Zenin Fanfics for more intriguing explorations into fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we love hearing your thoughts and suggestions in the comment section. See you soon in the next video.